Hey. Whoa, there's a cat right here. Don't really know how to start this one, you know? A little awkward, I suppose. I don't know if you guys want to talk about it. I don't know if you guys don't want to talk about it, but I already see all the comments. We put the video out. I put the tweet out. All the Apex accounts that I had that I started on December 2nd are gone. I blew them out yesterday. I see some people asking what happened. The TLDR is I left the stream. I was up money. I was up good money. There was the announcement related to tariffs at some point midday from Howard Lutnick. I thought it was going to be positive news over the past 2 weeks. Whenever there's an announcement, when we start a trend, there's a good multi-100 point run. I wanted to take advantage of it. I went bullish. The market started to fall. I had a risk point. I deleted my risk point and I let it get worse and worse and worse. I lost all my profits on the day, got completely tilted, and I went from trading one contract to 2 to 3 to 5 to 6 to 6 to 6 to 10 to 10 to 10, and my account was all over the place. I was up like a grand or two. Then I was down 5 and then 8 and then 12 and then 18, got it back to 12, went down to 22, back down to -5, and then from -5, that was the final trade. I had at one point I could have ended it at -5, and then it went all the way back, and I just lost everything. It fucking sucks. I want to clarify, this was just in the world of Apex. I have my take profit accounts. I have both my option accounts. This is just all the Apex accounts that we've been talking about since December 2nd. I see a little bit of confusion on the internet of people thinking I lost $1 million of my own money. The best way to describe this is imagine you were in a trade that you were up about 800K. And then by the time it came back, you finally hit your stop at 240. I want to be clear. Yes, I lost all the accounts, but from December 2nd until really yesterday, I had $240,000 worth of payouts. I had $200,000 worth of payouts year to date. So the best way to describe it is you go into the casino, you're on a heater, your chips get super, super high, you take a big hit, and then you decide to leave. So did I top ticket? Did I leave at the most that I could have left at? No, but I still did get almost $250,000 worth of payouts from, like I said, December 2nd until now, $200,000 year to date. So I guess I just want to be clear. It's not like I blew out my options accounts. It's not like I blew out $1 million of my own funding. Really, what I lost was my plan moving forward, had I kept the accounts, was I was just going to keep those payouts really consistent. So like the disheartening thing isn't some big payout because I decided I wasn't going to do it. I just decided every single 8 days I was going to pay myself another $40,000. So it really feels like I'm now missing out on a very high paycheck, high guaranteed paycheck, high odds of getting $40,000 every single 8 days. So that's like the real frustration from a financial perspective. And I would say that's about 10 to 20% of it. The other 80 to 90% of it is just pure unadulterated frustration at myself, knowing I should do better. The amount of times that I've preached to you guys that like you could probably do the dumbest things, but as long as you keep your sizing all right, you're going to be able to survive. So the first thing I do is I go from my trading 1 contract, which is I think ideal, and I 10x'd it. And I started trading 10 by the end. And I was trading outside the window where I have an edge. I wasn't trading any system. What's crazy about it is the whole situation, trading my MK impulse system, I ran it up $1 million, and then being stupid and trading no system and just ripping it and truly just gambling is how it all quickly came down. So that's how it happened. It was basically, I saw a news event. I'm not really a news event trader. I have my system in the morning. We talk about it all the time here. I saw something abnormal I thought I could take advantage of. I had my stop anyway. I removed the stop. It got worse. I got tilted. It got worse. It got worse. It got worse. It blew out. Lost all those accounts. So all the Apex is gone, and today, right now, is the day 1 of the rebuild. I'll create a video about this to explain the whole situation a bit more and my mindset, but speaking just, I guess, with some people that, like, I don't know, it's important for me to talk to when events like this happen. In reality, I think there's like a lot of emotion in this. Of course, there's a lot of emotion because there's financial hits. I know when I like the fact that I really do pride myself on being as transparent as I can. First of all, I want to say thank you to so many of you guys because a lot of you were super, super kind, good pieces of advice, words of wisdom. But obviously, there's also the side of the internet that's like complete assholes and they're just looking for you to fail at any point. So I knew that was going to come a lot with it. So there's a sense of embarrassment for sure, just being public facing. There's the financial hit. And then there's also like the voice in the back of your head of like, okay, you built it up before, but can you do it again? Like, so obviously, I don't know. You guys are going to get to see it live. I was able to pull it off once. I was able to get $250,000 once. Do I have what it takes to do it again? That's the unknown. So there's like nerves about that situation for sure. But really, when you boil it down, emotions and that aside, there's two possible things you could do. Option 1 is you quit. It's stressful. I take the money and I run. Year to date, I'm up roughly $300,000 across everything. About $200,000 from futures and about $100,000 from options. So if I wanted to, year to date, I'm up about $300,000. I could just take that money and I could just say, hey, that is more than enough. I will obviously pay my bills and I could chill for a bit. I don't even necessarily need to return to trading if I don't want to. So option 1 is you just quit and whatever. Obviously, I'm not going to do that. This is my job. I like hanging out with you guys. I love trading. I have a passion for the markets. I'm never going to quit. So the only other option is you just do it again. You get back on the horse. Okay, so if I know I'm not quitting, the only other option in the world is just restart and do your best to learn from the previous mess ups. So I'm in a situation where I'm obviously not going to be quitting. So the only other option is, okay, restart and get rocking. So basically that's what I got going with today. Like I said, I still have all those option accounts, the swing accounts, they're all looking pretty good, up about $100,000 over there. The futures accounts, yes, I did get the payouts, but they all got lost. So I restarted the evals today. And on that unemployment report that just came out, actually, I could probably show you guys this. On the unemployment report that just came out, as you could see right here, I already passed the test. So as of March 7th. This is day one of the rebuild. I don't know how it's going to go. All I could tell you is day one's going well right here. These are evals right here, 11,000, 11,000, 12,000, 12,000, 11, 11, 11. I passed all 20 accounts. So I have my 20 accounts. I'll be able to move them from eval to performance over the weekend. And then I'll start once again trading on a PA account on Monday. It's kind of like when you boil it down rather than, I realized this last night when I was into a case of high noon, a bottle of wine and some good Chinese takeout food, that in all reality, emotions aside, when you really boil it down to what's actionable, like what I could truly do, it's either quit or come back. Those are it. I'm not going to quit, so it's just doing it again. Yeah, there's a risk. Maybe I embarrass myself. Maybe I can never rebuild the accounts, and maybe what I was doing was a lucky streak. That's it. I'm putting myself out there. That might be it. You guys are going to witness it. Maybe I do know what I'm doing, and maybe I just had like a bad misstep, and I just need to be like more of that monk-like discipline, and maybe I could pull it off again. I don't know. Of course, I have nerves about it. I'm going to be sharing the journey with you, as I've always attempted to be as transparent as I possibly can. I'm going to move that, like do the same thing going forward. I pray I can pull this off. I don't know. We're going to find out. We are 100% about to find out. The whole thing is, it's messed up. I was trying to process a lot of my feelings related to it. And what's kind of interesting is I didn't know if I would have that feeling of like, oh, did I fund an account with $1 million and lose all my money? Like, does it? And it isn't that, which is kind of one of the beautiful things about prop trading is when you get the accounts and you grow it, it is much more of the feeling of you went into a casino, you ran up, you beat the casino for a certain amount, and then by the time it's pulling back, like, when are you going to leave? Are you going to leave when you come back to zero, or are you going to leave with some profits? And the way the payouts have worked is I was in the casino, I was on a hot streak, I ran it up big, while running it up, I took out about $250,000, and then on the fallback, it just fell back so extreme that I just didn't leave anywhere close to the peak. So like, it really emotionally doesn't have that feeling of blowing out your own personally funded account. It just feels like I got kicked out of the casino a bit early. Obviously, the money and the payouts I have from it, I'm just going to use to fund whatever I'm running on right now, and we'll see if we could do it again. But that's kind of where like my mindset's at. Obviously, if you guys have questions of like specifically what I did and how I blew out, basically it's just oversizing, but I'm happy to answer those questions. If you have questions on how I like plan on going forward, sure. If you have questions about like the mindset and the emotional state of things, I think that's actually the one that I'm still sorting through the most right now. So maybe I'm not the best to ask on that. It's kind of weird when it happens. It's almost like you go like catatonic. It's almost like you go into a little bit of a state of a coma. It's just like pure shock. And then like the biggest wave of anger and just frustration takes over. And like I don't know. And then like from there, you almost go back to like a shocked feeling. So it's like, you're numb, and then I got absurdly angry, like absurdly unhealthily angry, and then you kind of go back to just in a shock state, and then you go to bed and you wake up and you just hope that it was bullshit. You hope that it was all just like a nightmare, and then you wake up and it's like the first thing on your mind, and like you're like, nope, that's life, that's reality. And you're kind of in disbelief. But once again, like I kind of like came to this realization of like, what's the point I'm focusing on the negatives when I can't fix it? It's a done deal. There's no fucking bitching, moaning, complaining. It's all 100% my fault. I'm the one in the driver's seat. It is my fault. There's no one else to blame. It's done. There's no coming out of it. You got to restart. So like, as much as like I could just focus on it and bitch and moan and woe is me, no. There's one thing to do. It's just to go forward. Like, I don't know. It was obviously a massive misstep. As I've alluded to, it's a huge embarrassment, but I have to share it with you. It'd be kind of complete bullshit if I wasn't transparent about it. Took a huge misstep. It was fucking stupid. It's all 100% my fault, and I just got to go forward with it. That's that's it. That's pretty much it. Here's a donation to help out, brother. Guys, you don't like, that's very, very kind of you, and I do very much appreciate that support, but I'm not here, I guess with my hands out, like the biggest, I guess, negative emotion that I'm currently having to this is just that frustration at myself. When I come back, you guys have seen many days, 20, 40, 60K, just time and time and time again. I think if I really just collect all my thoughts, bring my shit together, I will go back into that mode of just printing 50K a day, 50K, 50K, 50K. This was just a massive misstep. I really don't want anyone to interpret this as some sort of like tin cup situation. I'm asking for a handout. Like I said, I do appreciate the support. This isn't me asking for money. This is me trying to be transparent, process my emotions. But no, don't feel like I need your money. Like I want to be completely honest about it. I just want to share the story of like what's going on, but it's not like I'm now like completely fucking broke. I mean, I guess, I don't know, just I see some questions and rhetoric. Where the hell is it? I mean, even here, year to date, options account still up $100,000. Like I lost all of Apex. That's what I lost. It wasn't like I blew out my other trading accounts as well. Here's my year to date, 3 months, I'm up 127. So like, I want to be clear about the missteps that I took and I guess upfront about all of that. But I also want to be clear of like really what's going on in like the larger picture of things. So I do all, like I said, the words of wisdom, the pieces of advice. Thank you. And then when I really boiled it down to like actionably, what can I do? It's kind of like, it's a waste of time to just sit there and be frustrated at myself, even though I kind of fucking hate myself. The only thing I could do is exactly what I did right here. As I showed you guys, let me switch this up. I just got to restart. I'm building up the accounts. I'll start trading PA on Monday, and we'll see if I could catch another hot streak, or we'll see if it's a bust, and I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. So that's just where it is. That's where I'm at. I wanted to be honest. I want to be upfront, because one of the things that I hate about this retail trading industry is that no one is honest. No one is upfront. Everyone's lying. They act like they never take missteps. They act as if they make money every single day, and it's just bullshit. And I know some people are going to get turned off of this because you feel as if you should follow a dude who's only making money and never taking missteps. And to those people, good luck go finding that person. If you find them, let me know, because I'd love to follow their content as well. But in reality, I truly believe this is what trading is. And I have really good streaks. Obviously, I have massive missteps, and all I can do is do the proper calculations to have more of the good stuff and make those missteps a little bit less painful. And it is absurdly painful. So like I said, that's pretty much it. Don't really want to hide from it. I want to be upfront with all of you. If you have any specific question, comments, concerns, reach out to me. I'm happy to talk about it. I don't know. Like someone actually accused me of being a fraud because I didn't post proof of the loss, which would be a weird way to commit fraud, to be lying about a huge loss. I could see it the other way, telling everyone you're making money but never showing proof. So that was the first for me. I was accused of being a fraud because I didn't show proof of the loss. So that was the first one. I've been doing this for like years now, and that one was an interesting one. A fraud because I didn't show proof of the loss. Like, I don't know. The internet, I guess, is always going to be the internet. So I don't know, man. But anyway, so I wanted to clear that up. We could talk about it later, because there's going to be a lot of streaming today, because not only did we have the unemployment report, I'll be going over that. I'll be breaking down the market this morning. Later on today, we have a press conference from Jerome Powell, and then we also have a speech from Donald Trump, and there's also a crypto summit today. So we're going to be doing extra streams, not just the morning stream. Yes, it is Payday Friday. Shout out to Vanquish, a prop firm for options trading, 35% off. We're doing the Payday Friday stuff. So even after the biggest loss of my entire career, we're still giving away some money. And it's just, I think in moments like this, the most important for me to say thank you to all of you, and really the entire team here. We do love the outpouring of support. You guys are absolutely awesome. So with that, let me get off my soapbox and explain to you guys what in the world is going on right now. Stock futures rise after Thursday's big sell-off. Well, did they do? Stock S&P 500 futures fall as disappointing jobs report caps brutal week for markets. So the big news of the morning at 8:30 a.m., and actually that's what I took advantage of to pass all my tests, is you have the unemployment report, which also got non-farm payrolls. And if you look at who's the closest, it was TD Securities and Deutsche Bank actually were the closest in their prediction. U.S. payroll growth totals 151,000 in February, less than expected. The fancy schmancy financial term for this is the economy is definitely weakening. So unemployment slightly higher than expected. Non-farm payrolls slightly less than expected. For whatever reason, the market at first popped on this news. And the reason it popped on the news was because people were like, oh, well, maybe we're going to get a rate cut earlier than anticipated. But if you're paying attention to the bond market / the yield market and seeing what's going on, at first, there was that spike of like, yeah, maybe we will get a rate cut in May. But since then, the market was trending the opposite way, which actually means that stocks were taking a bit of a hit. So this is a very roundabout way of saying this could be an absolutely incredibly painful day. And what's really wild about this is Captain Condor is back and is back in massive style, playing all the way up to 5,825 on the call side of the Condor. And then the put side is all the way down at 5,650. That is incredible. So we're expecting large range today. In fact, in real time, the expected range on the day is 82 points, about 1.4%. That is incredible. Here, let me update this. Dropping a little bit, but we're still looking at a 1.2% move today in the market. That is what they are anticipating. That is absolutely huge. So that is, I'm telling you, if you get on the right side of the trend, you can make a lot of money, but the intraday range is going to be like a lot. It's going to be a lot. This is all happening because of a ton of uncertainty related to tariffs on top of the new unemployment report that suggested a softer labor market. U.S. pauses tariffs on some Canadian and Mexican imports until April 2nd. Trump's on again, off again tariff strategy sows confusion. Yes, it does, because look at the VIX. It's chilling right at 25. It's just been trending higher and higher and higher. If this ends up breaking 26, 27, there's a very real shot today that the SPX will be down in the low 5,600s. I'm actually seeing some crazy plays already down here at 5,575. I could show you that in real time. Where was this one? The 5,575. The volume right here. Check this out. So in terms of volume from market close yesterday to right now, the biggest volume spike was at 5,575. This is obviously far away. We closed out at 5,738, but there are some hungry players all the way down here. So that's more of like a doomsday type scenario. Am I guaranteeing that that's going to happen? Obviously not, but I need to put it on your radar because that would be, from the close yesterday to where that level would be, that's a 2.8% drop. That will be huge if it occurs. Trump says he's not even looking at the stock market or tariffs will make the U.S. quote unquote very strong. He says that, but then in the next sentence, Trump blames globalists for stock market sell-off. So he's not looking at the stock market, but he knows it's selling off, and he's blaming the globalists because, as we're being told, tariffs don't cause inflation. But we all kind of know that they do cause inflation, so that's a bit awkward. And I know right now we're talking quite a bit about Canada and Mexico, but don't forget, China's involved in this. China blasts Trump's two-faced acts, calls U.S. tariffs evil. And then on top of that, China scolds two-faced U.S. in rebuke of Trump's agenda. U.S. approaches errant from trade wars to Gaza, China's foreign minister says. So no one's really happy right now at this whole thing. They're really not stoked about it. And then this is all right here. Trump's confident Xi, the president of China, President Xi Jinping, won't move on Taiwan during term. And remember, last week, some of the big news was that Trump basically strong-armed TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor, to creating a bigger plant and a bigger investment in the U.S., more specifically Arizona. So as those relationships are building up, China might get angry. China's already probably angry because he's trying to build better relationships with Putin. And we know from yesterday that China's kind of right now worried about getting into more of an isolated territory, especially when they have an anticipated GDP growth rate of 5%, but that's not going to happen, especially with the trade war. And people in Mexico, they're worried about their avocado toast. People in Canada are worried about their maple syrup. It's just, imagine if you were a fan of putting maple syrup on your avocado toast. This recent month of your life would be disastrous. It would be worse than my trading day yesterday. It would be all absolutely crazy, but the fun does not stop there. Right now, crypto's going crazy. Cryptocurrencies decline as Trump's U.S. Bitcoin reserve plans fall short of expectations. So yesterday, we had a big announcement of what the crypto reserve was going to be, and it was a whole bunch of nothing. Cryptocurrency held steady early Friday following a decline from the previous day as news of the strategic Bitcoin reserve and digital asset stockpile in the U.S. So Investors initially jumped their coins at the notion that U.S. having no immediate planned purchases of Bitcoin per the order against the backdrop of major weakness in equity. So basically yesterday they came out like, yeah, we're going to make it, but we just have what we have. Like, we're not going out and buying more, which is interesting because today we're expecting more news on this. Bitcoin drops after the Trump executive order disappoints the market. But then fast forward to right here, breaking. Treasury Secretary says U.S. is looking for way forward to acquire more Bitcoin. So that came out early today from the Treasury Secretary. So a bit confusing. People are anticipating more crypto news today, though. Trump's first White House crypto summit has VIPs pushing for favorable laws. That's going down today. So at some point today, over the weekend, there definitely could be a crypto announcement. But as of now, the things that we definitively know, which came from yesterday, was they're not doing anything special. So we're kind of all awkwardly waiting. And let me remind you, we're still in earnings season. Yesterday after the market closed, we heard from Broadcom and Costco. On that note, I do want to let you know all the major earnings are pretty much done if you're looking at the top 10, top 20 of the S&P 500. One of these did really well. One of them did not. Broadcom shares soar 16% as earnings top estimates on demand for custom AI chips, as in the semiconductor world, the AI world, the data center world, the crypto world is still very much alive, but kind of coming back to the whole unemployment softening labor market. Costco reports mixed second quarter earnings, comparable sales growth, saying, we're seeing a little bit of retail weakness. So Costco getting crushed from their earnings. So Broadcom, AVGO doing very well. COST, Costco not doing so well. Now, I do want to remind you, sign up for the newsletter, mattcors.locals.com. This is 100% free. You never had to pay for it. You never will. Every single email, every single week into your email inbox, you'll get a breakdown of the previous week, all of the earnings, the ones I think you care the most about, all the major macroeconomic events. So for example, today, the New York Fed president will be speaking at 10:45. Chair Powell will be speaking at 12:30, and President Trump will be speaking at 1:30. And we're getting the consumer credit report at 3 p.m. We will be doing a specialty stream for Powell and Trump later on today. We're going to be doing the normal morning stream, and then we're going to kick off another one right at 12:30, and we're going to run that all the way through Trump as well. So 12:30 and 1:30, we are having more streams today. Just want to call that out and also be prepared in the market. And then with respect to seasonality, I do want to let you know that from a historic standpoint, as in over the past 27 years, this day, Friday, March the 7th, has favored the Bears. The Bulls win it more often, 52% of the time. But if you look at the past couple of years when the Bears win it, they're winning it at greater size. So it's not the most bearish day we've ever seen, but it's definitely leaning a bit bearish. So I just wanted to call that out to everyone. And then also, we just update Piper and whatnot, which right now with heightened volatility, Piper is not the biggest fan of the recent movement. So with all that being said, that's the backdrop of what to watch today. Pay attention to the super high volatility. Anticipate very large ranges. Obviously, you have AVGO reporting looking pretty good right now in pre-market, up 7%. You had Costco reporting it actually got hit worse at one point, but now it's down 2.7. So it's going from 1,026 down to 998. So those are the big earning ones. But what I'll be watching out of the gate is what's going on with the VIX. People are once again talking about Tesla getting hit. I mean, it was down to 258. Nvidia not moving much. Meta getting hit yesterday. Netflix getting hit yesterday. Palantir getting hit yesterday. MSTR trying to hold on to 300. I think a lot of people are trying to discern what this crypto summit is really going to be or not going to be. So that's the current setup. Things are looking a little weak. The SPY and the Qs, if they were to open right now, and we do have 5 minutes to go, would be opening in the red territory. Speaking of that, we should call out the major levels to watch today. It's pretty obvious. Let me show you this. So Captain Condor, the call credit side is 5825 and the put credit side is the 5650. And I want to call out that these are massive. This is a 32,000 contract position on each side. When Captain Condor is playing, it's kind of in the realm of 3. This is almost a 10x position for Captain Condor. This is absolutely massive. So those are two of the clear levels to watch, 5825 and 5650. So that's Captain Condor. With respect to the other key levels, 5800 and 5700 are getting some decent action, trading volume, open interest. So, and they're also key psychological levels. So to the upside, We're scheduled to open right around 5,720. So out of the gate to the downside, I should start with. Watch yesterday's low at 5,711. Then we have the key options level and psychological level at 5,700. And then below that, you have Captain Condor. And in a D-Day type scenario, if this breaks and does not hold, I am calling out 5,575. That is the like dark horse candidate that for whatever reason is getting a lot of action in the options market. So I wouldn't say this has the highest probability. It's not like I'm like YOLOing my entire account to play down to this level. But if we start to see legitimate weakness, I'm telling you, we might get that 2+% sell off, and we could definitely be talking about 5,575. Now, on the flip side, if we end up finding support somewhere around here, obviously look at yesterday's close at 5,738. And then from there, if we start to break and run, I'd be looking for somewhere in this 25-point region between the psychological level and the upside of Captain Condor. So this is kind of my real bullish target of the day. And my bearish target is a lot more layered depending on how crazy things get with these speeches. But on that note, even though these are the key levels I'm watching, and here I'll do this so you guys can take a screenshot, write them down, do whatever you need to. But these are the key option levels and the key market levels of the day. You have the high, the low, and the close of yesterday. And then the yellow/golden lines are all the key option levels. So this is how I'm playing it. Remember, I'm not coming in as a bull or a bear. I'm just playing the levels accordingly. I always want to know the bull case and the bear case. For breakdowns, for reversals, for support, for resistance. You just gotta play the levels accordingly. I don't think as an active trader it's ever really that beneficial to be blindly bullish or blindly bearish. So like I said, feel free to screenshot this, feel free to write them down. Those are the levels of the day. As the market opens and as things get going, I will update it if it's necessary. But I do want to warn you today, as much as the past couple of trading days, we've seen large intraday moves. Today, we're probably going to be having the largest intraday moves, as in you got to be really careful with your risk. You got to be really careful with your sizing because you could have just a random, due to variance, a random adverse move where really you still might be on the same trend, but there could be a multi-dollar pop in whatever you're paying attention to. So just be prepared for that more so. And you could even see that directly. The VIX is hanging out right at 25. This is going to get gnarly. It's going to get absolutely gnarly today. Palantir took a 10% hit. A 10% hit. We're opening in the red. This is going to be a wild one. All right, let me put up some of everyone's favorites. I know people are watching MSTR. I know people are watching Tesla. I'm more than happy to switch these accordingly, whatever you guys want. Whatever's really moving and exciting, I'm happy to throw up. In the top left, you have the S&P 500. In the bottom left, you have the NASDAQ 100. So we're pretty much ready. I do want to let you guys know that it is a payday Friday. We're still giving out prop accounts on Vanquish. We're still giving out cold hard cash. Pinned to the top of chat in the description of the video. Right now, they are running a 35% off deal on Goonie, but we're going to be giving away some freebie ones anyway. So check it out. As I am trading these accounts, these are on futures. My favorite one to do prop trading on options is Vanquish. So check out Vanquish. Use that code Goonie to get 35% off. 35% off with code Goonie. They are sponsoring the giveaway today. We're going to be trading, I'm going to be trading on some of these accounts throughout the day. We're going to be doing the giveaway around 10:30. We're going to be picking a person off of Rumble, a person off of YouTube, and 3 people off of Locals. The Rumble and the YouTube competitors will be picked in real time around 10:20, 10:30. But if you want to throw your hat into the arena on Locals, you could do that right now. Like I said, check out the description of the video. Check out what's pinned to the top of chat. But I just need a way to contact you. So that's all these people are doing, is just dropping the best way. So if just to not only give them their Vanquish account if they're the winner, but also a way to give them like the cold hard cash. So I just wanted to call that out. We're going to be doing that around 10:30. This is free for everyone to enter. Just use that code Goonie to sign up. You could use the code Goonie to buy one of these accounts if you want. I find it awesome, but I just want to call out that it is a payday Friday. And with that being said, we have about 30 seconds to go. So before the market opens, I'm asking you guys, do you think today will be massively bullish or massively bearish? I feel strongly that today's going to be a big move, but I just want to ask all of you, are you on the bull side or are you on the bear side? Are you buying the dip or are you selling the rip? You got to cast your vote now before the market opens, because if you do it after the market opens, it doesn't count. I am strongly considering large-scale banking sanctions and tariffs until the ceasefire. All right. Dingity ding ding ding. The world's largest casino is now open. Best of luck to all. Play responsibly, and if not, have fun. Oh, of course, we will be watching to see what Captain Condor has in store for us today. Let me reload this so we can get the options flow very quickly. Load this up. All right, let's do that. Mag 7 getting a pop right out of the gate. What about the S&P 500? Also a little bit of a pop out of the gate, but I'm not going to trade on that quite yet. MSTR getting rocked, Tesla popping. The SPY and the Qs both opening in the red territory. So maybe we're going to have a quick push right up to yesterday's closing value. We know that that's a high odds play, but it's not that far away. It's about 12, 13 points away. So watching the close, this is some of the stats that we talk about in the Discord, but we also know it from Edgeful. Playing to the previous day's closing value, it is not a guaranteed play, but it is a very high odds play. It is very, very statistically common that in one point or another in a day's trading session that you hit the previous trading session's closing value. So obviously right now we opened at 5720, which would mean that there's a high odds play to play 5738. Now on a big news day like today, would I play it? Probably not, because you don't know if the news is going to be really for you or against you with the unemployment and the speeches. But right now we're really not that far away. So had you decided to play it, okay, like it looks like it's going to be paying for you, but not my favorite one on big news days. But I just want to let you know, in general, that is like a good odds play, which really, if you did it out of the gate, which would have taken serious balls, that'd be almost a 20-point push. So we're gonna, as I always do, calm, cool, collected. I am personally paying attention. I do have swing positions on that I need to just, I suppose, be mindful of. I do have, actually, how are my other positions right now? Oh, someone just gifted some memberships. That's so kind. Wait, how do I see the name of who did that? Mike, that's so kind. So kind. Yeah, I have a put position right here on NDX. So I'm kind of hoping, I wouldn't mind if there's like a gigantic sell-off, but we'll see. I currently have some NDX puts and some SPX puts from a couple days ago, and I've just been swinging those. Obviously, I can't do any futures trading today because I just passed the test, and there's no point in me even trading those. So I'll be returning to the futures trading on Monday. But if you're a person who's looking to pass the evals, whether it's on Vanquish, whether it's on Apex or Take Profit or whatever one your favorite one is, this is a really good day to do it, because we're going to have so much volatility. We're going to have so much movement. So if you need to hit that outsized profit target, and if you want to do it quickly, I think today is actually, we have an environment where it's probably good to be like a little bit more of a degen and see if you can like really just shove it over the line there, the finish line. So that's what I did this morning. I was like, okay, I'm expecting a ton of volatility on the unemployment report, and that's exactly what we got. MSTR. Hang on. Are we getting a breakdown on MSTR? MSTR might be having a pretty swift rejection here. Oh, what? We are the 7th. Oh brother. Tesla is actually looking kind of good right now. Tesla's coming out of the gate fighting. What do we have? I'm taking a quick screenshot. I put on a new swing play, which is not loading properly. Why is this not? All right, I'll just copy and paste it. For some reason, this is not. Why can I not copy and paste? Where's Swingers? If you're in the Discord, all right, I just copy and paste it. So we got that upside gap fill on both the SPY and the Qs. We just tagged yesterday's closing value. It wasn't a gap on the daily chart, to be clear. I know sometimes we talk about gaps in two different ways. Sometimes you actually open above or below the previous day's high or low, like the extremes. That's one gap fill. But then from an intraday perspective, sometimes you can see just like the gaps in the pit session, which is a little bit more evident on SPX. See right here how there was like this gap. So this wasn't a gap on the daily chart. This is only a gap that is visible really via like the pit session trading. So you wouldn't necessarily be seeing this if you had like pre or post market trading on. It's only from the 9:30 to 4, but regardless, there are still those high odds of hitting the previous day's close, which is in this sense effectively filling that gap. So right there, that was a ballsy play, but hey, it paid off. It paid off. We're seeing a bit of strength. Here's a look at the options flow as of this morning. Let's go to the 30 second. We had the Mag 7 flat, just got a pop right there at 933. The S&P 500, be careful about chasing this because the options market is actually already fading it. Yeah. Be very careful about chasing this to the upside right now because starting at 934, the options just started to trend the other way. And more specifically, the 0 DTE did. To give you the exact details, right here, 9:35 and 25 seconds, someone bought a lot of 0 DTE puts and no one's touching calls. The reason for this morning's pop was not bullishness. It was people were locking in their puts. It was a lack of bearishness. No one's been buying calls today. This is a very unstable pump in my opinion. It actually, if I were trading futures, I'd probably be going short right now on my own Apex accounts if I were trading them today because looking at this, the pump once again was not from aggressive call buying. It was from people getting out of puts, and then they started repurchasing puts right here at 935. Calls are completely flat. What do we see on the Mag 7? The Mag 7, a little bit more up, kind of the same thing. No one's touching calls. Puts were getting closed out until about 9:34, and then someone started aggressively buying puts back for today. The light blue are puts expiring today. So there's aggression for movement to the downside today, which kind of brings me back to the key levels I'd be watching of, okay, we ran up, we got that gap fill. I'd be looking now at 5,711, basically taking out the intraday low and maybe a puke to 5,711. If that doesn't hold, then I'd be watching 5,700. Those would be my next two levels. But as I said, that pump there was no point in chasing it because like even now, puts are still being purchased, but now people are getting out of their calls. There's just, why would you want to be chasing it when the underlying market is not bullish? Now, obviously this could change on a moment's notice. I don't know what people are going to choose to do, but this is why you don't want to just be looking at price action because not all price action is the same. This price action would have been a lot more stable and a lot more confident if it was from call buying, but it was unstable. And you could actually see right here, we currently have a stability rating of 6%, but it was an unstable movement to the upside because it was from puts being closed out. It wasn't from calls being purchased. So really, like, price is one thing, but it's very, very helpful to know what's actually causing price to move. Is it just calls? Is it just puts? Is it the combination of the two? Are they trending in the same direction? Are they trending in opposite directions? Those are all things that you want to be like running through your mind. See right here, puts were closed out, then they were purchased, and now longer duration puts are being closed again. Not 0 DTs. The 0 DTs are still pretty steady, but you can see longer duration puts, the delta is popping on it. And because puts have negative delta, when they're popping, that means they're getting closed out. And right there, we just got another test of yesterday's closing value, which sets up a pretty interesting trade on this trend line breakdown. So how long we're about 9 minutes into the day. I think that's enough where we're getting an idea of the trend. What I'd be looking at is actually this trend line break. I'd be trying to take advantage of that. And obviously my risk would just be the recent high. So that would be my entry trigger. And then obviously I would have some well-defined targets at like 5,711, 5,7 like that. That's what I would be looking at. But that would all be occurring on the event of us breaking this trend line. So I wouldn't just be doing it right now because I don't know if the trend line is going to break, but I do like this trend line break. Obviously I'd be watching the options flow. Right here I see calls being sold again, but puts are still getting closed out. So puts are being closed out, calls are being closed out. The calls are like very flat today. No one's touching calls today. It's really the longer duration puts, as in Well, 0DT puts got someone just bought calls and then quickly gave them back. The Mag 7, those ones are getting sold. I think this gets faded. Can I? I've never tried this before, but can I get various orders up that quickly? Okay. 10 market. That was the 5710. I feel like speed is going to be of the essence today. Speed. 10. All right, maybe I should just do it on 2 of these. So I have 2 pending orders. I thought I had them ready. Ask. All right. 10 market. 10 market. 2 different strikes. Okay. I'm ready. I just wanted to get it prepped up so I could do it quickly if I see this trend line breakdown. Obviously, I've not fired that trade off yet. I'm just going to be sitting here seeing what this flow is because there was a lot of puts closed, and then they bought them back. Then there was even more puts closed, and now I'm just trying to see which way this trends. I would not be chasing this to the upside right now because I see no one else in the market doing it. What I see is the calls are completely flat. And the second that these puts stop getting closed out, that's what would cause us to turn back over. So I'm really watching this dark blue here. If they keep getting closed out, yeah, okay. And that's going to be removing negative delta from the system. That would push us higher and higher and higher. But remember, it's not like people have an infinite amount of longer duration puts. So I'm expecting this trend to change soon. Right now, it's been flat. There was quite a few close out all the way up till 940. And now we're just going flat. So what I'd be looking for is not only, well, and right now, even more are still being closed out. So I'd be looking for this trend of puts being closed out to stop. And as soon as it does stop, and then ideally people buy puts back, that's when I think we end up falling. But from a price perspective, I'd be watching still this upsloping trend line. So that's what I'd be looking for. Maybe it happens, maybe it doesn't. By no means am I chasing this to the upside. Right now, the 5 and the 10 are bearish, but they're trying to test bullish. 30 minutes still bearish. 5 minute and 10 minute are trying to test bullish, but the 30 minutes still bearish. I find my life is way, way easier to trade with the overall price trend. So maybe we pump enough that it switches, and then at that point, I'd be happily switching my bias. But this push right now, by like mathematical definition, is very, very unstable. So hey, if you're playing it, I would just say be very careful with your risk. Don't just let it like trend against you hard, because if this snaps, it could snap pretty hard. So I'm paying close attention to this trend line. Let's see if it reevaluates the closing value. We're already moving quite a bit. I mean, heck, the Q's pushed multiple dollars. SPY, we red to green, but let's see if this holds. Oh, okay. Those puts are still being closed, but see, people are selling their calls right now. As we are pushing up the 0DT and the all expiration, the bullish aggression, they're selling into this. People are not buying more calls. That's why you have to be careful. Right here, the fact that you see the green, which is the 0DT calls, and the orange, which is all expiration calls put together, it's just been flat all day. This movement is because of puts being closed out. And granted, you could say, okay, yeah, that might lead us to like a bit of a Vanna rally. And it will. It could. The Vanna rally would be stronger if you see puts being closed and calls being bought. And just right now, at what time was that? 9:43, more calls are being purchased on this. But I'm just wondering when this put selling is going to stop. Calls are for the first time today coming in right now, starting at 9:43. And then if we combine the calls and the puts together just to see the delta movement, it was bearish up until 9:38. And since then, a little bit of a pump. Here's how it looks on the Mag 7. Same thing, bearish up until 9:37, 9:38. And then since then, a bit of a pump. But just from the price action alone, maybe going bullish. I'm going to be giving it a breather. I'm not really doing anything too crazy on this one yet. But right, yeah, 9:30, this low this low was created because that's exactly where options turned. It's no surprise that we had the low of the day in the delta reading at 938, and that's exactly where this low was. So we turned right off of that because just how market makers have to hedge their positions. So calm. On a day like today, especially when we know Jerome Powell speaking at 12:30, we know Trump is speaking at 1:30. These are all in East Coast time. I wouldn't be looking at this and be like, oh, we're like kind of green. I guess the rest of the day we're just going to grind green. Ding, ding, ding. Get your calls here. Probably not the smartest move in all reality. Buying your calls. You're going to get, if you're right, the vol is going to come down and you're going to get vol crush. So it's probably better to do something like a put credit spread. You could do a call debit spread, or maybe if you want to be a bit degenerate, you could get at the money calls. But remember, as the market goes up, people like this happens all the time to retail traders. They predict the turnaround, so they buy deep out of the money calls, and then they wonder why they don't make money, even though the price goes up. Well, remember, when you sell off hard, the volatility expands. It goes higher. The VIX is at 24. When price starts to revert and go up, your vol is dropping. So you're losing extrinsic value on your premium. So in a weird situation, when you're betting for like the bottom to be in the market and you have like a recovery, even if you're right in terms of price, you're kind of wrong because your premium value is going to be losing the volatility. So it's actually, in terms of expecting a big pump to the upside or a big drop to the downside, it's actually more beneficial on the downside, because if you're right in that movement, you're also then going to be simultaneously right in the expansion of volatility. Of course, volatility can expand as you're going up. That's just like a very, very rare thing to do. It's like a very rare thing to do. So if you're trying to play this overall recovery, remember, the way you're playing out of the money puts is not the way you should be playing out of the money calls. They're just because of the metrics of volatility crush. So if you haven't been through that before, it's a very, very frustrating thing, because you're like, finally, I got direction right. And then you expect your calls to be up huge. And then you look at them and they're like barely up, sometimes still just even red. And it's all because of how much volatility gets crushed. Right now, vol is still high. It's hanging out at 24. But if you're trying to play like a longer duration, like call option swing, and like VIX is going to get crushed back down to like 15, 16 whenever the bounce does happen. So you got to be very careful with how you're playing out of the money calls. The other things you can consider are, once again, put credit spreads, call debit spreads, or something closer to either barely out of the money or at the money calls. And you focus a little bit more on the gain of your intrinsic value rather than your extrinsic, because you're going to lose your extrinsic value because theta is working against you and volatility is going to get crushed. And maybe you're going to have some benefits from gamma and Vanna, but Vega is not. And really, Vanna is not going to be helping you that much either, because that's going to get crushed as Vega gets crushed. So maybe Gamma ramps up, but even that is kind of like an unknown thing. All right. So we're watching this slow grind to the upside. Remember, I'm not sold on any of this until we get these speeches today. So I wouldn't sit here and say, oh, bullish or bearish. Of course, I'll give you the levels of what I'd be watching. Like I said, at this point, there's actually kind of a large upside target all the way to 5,800. There's not the most going on in here, at least as of the last time that I checked. But if we are confidently holding above yesterday's close, yeah, 5,800, 5,812, yesterday's key level, and then also yesterday's high, we could be talking about this zone. But remember, it's also not impossible for us to go all the way up here just to get horribly hit because of what either is or isn't said in these speeches today. So you definitely do have some outsized risk due to those speeches. Here's a look at the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ's actually looking strong. The S&P 500 has been grinding up since 938, 939. Quite a bit of puts being covered, so maybe a little bit more of that. Oh, something in the Mag 7 took a big hit at 944. What was that? Someone took a big hit in the Mag 7. Was it Apple? No. Was it Microsoft? Yes. So Microsoft is starting to get trashed right at 945. Let's just make sure that it wasn't anything else. Tesla took a little bit of a hit at the same time. Amazon, that's the culprit right there. Amazon got just absolutely brutally hit at 944. So be careful on that one. Someone dumped that one with size. So Microsoft kind of a hit, Tesla kind of a hit, Amazon very much a hit. Google's not really trending. Nvidia took a hit too. Actually, this, based on the size of the delta, this is the real culprit. Be careful chasing Nvidia, because what did someone do? Someone bought a bunch of longer duration puts, like a huge chunk of negative delta was added right there. Granted, the calls are grinding up, and these puts don't relate to today. That's the light blue. But for some expiration past today, someone aggressively, like right here, you can see that volume spike right here. This huge blue line dropping means someone really got into some puts. So be careful on that one. Let's look at MSTR. The data just started loading for whatever reason. Palantir, people are getting calls, but they're also getting puts. Seems like pretty indecisive on that one. Interesting. All right. Well, that's where we're at. Someone in tech took that big hit. It was the combo of mainly Nvidia, Amazon took a hit, Tesla took a hit, and Microsoft took a hit. But this huge block was because of Nvidia. A huge block of longer, like basically not today, but longer duration against Nvidia. So interesting. But we're still climbing up, slowly but surely climbing up right now. The question is it going to get rugged? But intraday price action, the 1 minute, clearly higher highs, higher lows. It's mostly being led up by, we might be topping right here. Someone just fucking smash it with 0 DTE puts. We might be topping right here. Look at that. Right at 949.45, someone bought, and that's the light blue dropping. Light blue dropping are 0 DTE puts. That might be a person who knows something we don't know. Price isn't really reacting to it quite yet, but that look at it. The delta just vomited right there. So I'm actually surprised price didn't react. So once again, well, first of all, you shouldn't chase right now, because where's your risk point anyway? Buying at a new intraday high is generally like a stupid idea if a reasonable risk point is so incredibly far away. So just from a risk management standpoint, I wouldn't be chasing this high. I mean, the opportunity to get in was 938, was 940, where you had closer risk. So just from like a risk reward perspective, I wouldn't be chasing this, but I definitely wouldn't be chasing it when I see that the options market just got smoked at 949 and price seemingly hasn't reacted to it, at least at this point. So I do want to call that out, that this might be closer to the top than a continuation. So I'd be absurdly careful of chasing that one right now, especially at that 5 minutes before that. We saw Nvidia get hit, Microsoft get hit, Amazon get hit, mainly Nvidia. So price is holding strong now. Like if I were to be fair, the Mag 7 did pretty much recover. And the SPY is attempting to recover. The NASDAQ is at an intraday high. Why did someone right at 949 buy a ton of 0 DTE puts? I mean, the delta was trending so strong right until then. And that wasn't the dark blue as in all expiration. So maybe someone playing, that was for today. I don't know. Maybe someone just has a pretty strong feeling on how this speech is going to go, or I don't know. Maybe they're a degenerate. Maybe they're a person with insider information. But that, the more this is shaping up, the more I would just not be just chasing this high. It just doesn't. It doesn't make sense. I don't think it matters. Oh, it 100% matters. It 100% matters. In terms of what's looking good for the bulls right now is the 5 minute and the 10 minute are closing, like they close above the cloud. That's bullish. The 30 minute has 5 minutes to go, but it might end up going bullish. Looking at the NQ, the 5 minute and the 10 minute are bullish, and the 30 minute is battling it out. Now, we saw this yesterday where it was trying to battle it out, and then around noon, it got completely clocked, which remember, we do have events at noon today. So they literally might just be running back the exact same play, the exact same script of, we saw that early morning strength right here. Early morning strength, and it started to show weakness at 1050 and it broke down at 1120. So a little bit of choppiness like we saw at our own open. Then it pumped and then saved itself, and then really it broke down at 1120. And remind you, today 12:30 we have a speech, 1:30 we have a speech. Just because things are looking kind of green right now, I mean, I'm giving you the warning. Options are telling a different story. Options are telling a very different story. Someone said spoofing. This is not spoofing. Spoofing is when you put orders into the market that you never intended to be like to get hit. Like you just have a sitting order. These are orders that are actually legitimately hitting the market. This has no, what you're seeing right here has nothing to do with spoofing whatsoever. Actually, not even close to anything to do with spoofing. I would just sit back and relax and wait to see if this is actually going to top. And I'd just be coming back to, dude, I cannot believe the SPY got hit that hard. It's trying to climb back up, but right here, right at 949.45, that's right when we saw a bit of weakness. Mag 7 has recovered ever since that NVIDIA hit. NVIDIA got smoked at 944, but the delta has fully recovered since that. How do you know the puts weren't being closed out real-time OI? Well, that's what open interest is. Open interest is real-time. It's the current open interest. So yeah, you could do that math. So you could look at the movement of the delta, and then you could decide that's how you compute if people are opening positions or closing positions. But that's exactly right. You can't spoof the SPY. I mean, there's actually various lawsuits of people who were spoofing the S&P 500 futures market. Spoofing is just literally putting up large orders and then pulling them. But like as large orders are put up, like as in sitting orders, it does cause some traders and some systems to react to it. And it's an illegal practice. You're not allowed to do it. Could the puts be part of a spread? Yeah, but if it's part of a spread, remember that the other puts would also be trading. We care about the net delta because the net delta is how the market makers are going to have to hedge their book. I thought OI was delayed, maybe with the service you use, but I use the real-time open interest. It's kind of useless to not be using real-time open interest. All right. Like I said, I'm looking for a top somewhere around here. See right here, 0DT's delta's dropping. It's getting cracked again, folks. I gave people warnings to not chase this. I gave you guys the warnings that the underlying market was not supportive of this. Mag 7 getting cracked again. S&P 500 getting cracked again. This was not a rip to be chased. It went up more than I thought it would. And even as it goes up, I mean, actually, if we go up from here, I actually like that trade better than before, because if you were to go long now, at least you have close risk. At least you have very minimal risk. And you might be thinking, dude, I don't give a shit about the options market, which I don't agree with that. But at least at this point, you have a closer low to base your trade off of. At any of these points, your risk was all the way down here. That just from a risk reward perspective, that didn't make sense. But there was really no reasonable point to chase this from a risk perspective. And then just looking at the options market, it was pretty damn evident that we were going to be falling. So, I mean, if you did chase this, I would be very interested to know your reasoning, because the time to be bullish was probably on this breakout at 940, just because your risk was pretty close. And then you got to ride it all the way up, which I think went farther than anyone really anticipated. But as soon as you had vision on the options market, I mean, it told you, like, it clearly became unstable at 949. The fact that price held for that long, it blows my mind. But right now, the delta is just vomiting. This is that time where you're actually kind of saying, okay, do I want to take advantage of this as I'm talking so much now? Let me fire up the old computer here and see what kind of damage I could do. Let's see what kind of damage I could do on the day. Let's see what kind of damage I could do. Okay. Okie dokies. All right. We finally got those orders in. This one's already limit. All right. Lock that in. Already locked in 1,100 on that. We have this trade. I'm in at 1990. Limit 21. Okay. We locked in one trade. We have another riding trade. Right back to that closing value. It's almost as if I called it out. Now it gets really interesting, not only on the crack of this trend line, but the trend line is now the closing value from yesterday. So let's see if what was resistance is now going to turn into support. So not only is this trend line, but this 572.75 region, incredibly important. Incredibly important. Just made 2K fading listening to this info. Thank you. More than happy to help. Maybe I do know what I'm talking about. There's just every once in a while he puts something out there that just, it almost makes sense. It almost makes sense. Now be honest. How many of you bought calls thinking I was wrong and now you're just punching there saying, fuck? Be honest. You know, I was honest with you guys yesterday. I was honest with you guys this morning. We all make missteps. Let's be honest. Who thought I was 100% wrong and bought calls and you're like, hey, ha, 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 Matt's wrong again. And now you're thinking, shit. Just a moment of honesty, people. How are options looking? Oh, we're actually getting a little bit of a bounce. Little bit of a bounce right there. Bottomed at 10:01, the turn of the hour. So now the thing to do is actually watch this trend line. So it might be support, it might be resistance. We came right to the closing value of yesterday. We know the red to green and the green to red. There's obviously like going to be reactions there. So that's what I'm watching. Watch basically 488.20 and watch your trend line, and then the same thing on the SPY, and that the close and the trend line was effectively the same thing. Right now, in terms of the short term, we do have the higher highs. We do have the higher lows. If you wanted to be bullish, this would be the moment to attempt to be bullish. And I'm not saying I would do it. I'm just saying you have well-defined risk. You are risking the recent low, which is also a key level from yesterday's close. So like, this is the moment if you want to be long. If you're like, no, man, I got to be a bull today. That's the moment to do it right basically on this recovery right here, because I don't know where it's going. I wouldn't take the trade because the options market is freaking me out. But if you're like, no, I got to be bullish. Well, okay. At least you have well-defined risk and you have more reward than you do risk. So like, I don't know the next bar. Maybe we do explode all the way back up. But just because you're confident about a position doesn't mean you fire on a trade whenever you want. You do it when you have well-defined risk, which is exactly the rules that I was breaking yesterday. So in terms of a bull, if you had to be bullish today, you had one opportunity here at 940, and you're actually given another opportunity. But on this one, if this quickly starts to fall over and is pressing this close again, I'd be ditching it. Like I said, I wouldn't be taking it, because guess what happened? The 5-minute try to go bullish, got smacked. The 10-minute try to go bullish, smacked. The 30-minute try to break out, just like yesterday, got smacked. Looking at the NASDAQ, try to go bullish, smacked. 10-minute try to go bullish, got smacked. 30-minute try to get all the way up there and got smacked. So just the fact that the 10 and the 30 are still showing a lot more red than they are green, I just wouldn't be doing it. And I'm not saying it's not going to go. I'm just saying if you do want to play it that way, if like for whatever reason you're like, I got to be a bull, you want to do it where you have like very reasonable, manageable risk. And that would have been right here. 10:02 and 9:40 were the times to be bullish today. Nowhere in this was it appropriate to be bullish. Nowhere was it appropriate to be bullish. In terms of being bearish, yeah, you could have taken a shot here. You could be like, okay, it's getting rejected. And then obviously you would have been stopped out at break even on this right here at 936. A little early for me to trade. The next time to be bearish was right here at 958, which is actually what I took advantage of. And you saw that I made $1,000 on those puts really quick playing it down here. But interesting. Higher highs and higher lows thus far on the 1 minute. What's going to be really telling is where is the next high? Is the next high going to take out the current high, which is also the intraday high? Or are we going to put in our first lower high and then take out this recent low and then puke all the way back down to the intraday low? So this is going to be telling of how high we bounce here. It's actually going to be very telling. So that's what we're looking for. This is a nice bounce right back up. If you were bullish and you caught this, I would personally be unsteady and be like, yeah, I'd be having, if I took this recovery at 10:02, I'd be definitely putting my stop at break even. I wouldn't be risking money. If it rips, great, you're in it. But if it starts to pull back, why risk the money? Because if it pukes, we know it can puke quickly. Now, on the flip side, if you're looking for a bearish situation, yeah, this one at 936 didn't work. This one at 958, maybe you just got stopped out for break even, or maybe you want to hold it a little bit. But if this starts to fall here, I would say that that's another legitimate opportunity to be bearish, if we're also seeing that in the options market. A lot of this stuff, not only are we doing like the price breakdown, but we're going to want to see, does the overall flow of the options market agree with us? And right now, the options market is in no man's land. I could show you this right here. So we puked pretty hard starting at 956. We bottomed at 1001. We bounced up, and now we're just going flat. The market is attempting to decide, does it actually want to keep going, or are we just going to tilt over from here? But you could see, you could see it even better on the 5 second. We got a decent pop off of that low, and now we're just going perfectly flat. The SPY a little bit stronger, but still pretty much flat since 10:04, 10:05. So just have to be patient. Options market all over the map, but we are putting in lower highs and lower lows in the delta. So once again, when I see the overall trend of the delta, pairing that with like what I see specifically on the 10 minute and the 30 minute, 10 minute and 30 minute, I'm seeing a lot more red than I am green. Now, of course, trend reversals happen. Of course they do, but I would want to see the trend reversal happen before I go from bearish to bullish. Is kind of like my mindset on it. And that actually will happen if we take out this intraday high. So right now we do have a higher low because there's a low, there's a low. All these lows are getting higher. But if we tilt here, that actually means we have a lower high then. So higher lows, lower high, that's the definition of consolidation. And you just have to wait for whatever pennant is being created to basically snap. Obviously, just to draw it here, a major thing you could be watching today is that trend line right here. I think if this were to snap, that would probably be my trade of the day. If you get this trend line to snap and that is being paired with weakening delta, the delta dropping, that would actually be my candidate for the trade of the day. A trend line snap, you could see it on here. It's actually probably, hang on, I'm trying to redraw this. I'd rather use the second touch here because market open is a little bit random sometimes. This would be my main watch of the day, and it's going to take some patience, and hey, it might not ever even happen, but a trend line breakdown on the SPY and the Qs, I'd be connecting the 937 low to the 10 a.m. low, the 937 low to the 10 a.m. low. That would be my trend line watch. If that breaks to the downside, and then that occurs with the delta dropping, as in you're seeing whatever, puts being purchased, calls being sold, ideally the combo of the two, and you see that on both the SPY and on the Mag 7, that would be pretty much an A+ setup, an A or an A+ setup. That's exactly what I'd be looking for. And until then, I'd be sitting around doing nothing. Of course, even with that, let's say that happens before 12:30, let's say that happens before 1:30. Even with that, you still got to put your stop in because you don't know what's randomly going to get announced today in these conferences and these speeches. So there might be a piece of breaking news that pushes it right against you. So of course you have to protect your downside. Obviously you have to protect your downside. So that's how I would handle it. I'd be looking for this trend line breakdown. I'd be praying that it actually snaps this recent low at 10 and takes out the closing value from yesterday. And I would be more confident about that actually successfully occurring if I see the delta puking as it did at 956. So that's how I would play it right now. That is 100% how I'd play it. And we're actually now just stalling out, doing nothing. We've stalled out since 10:04. Stalled out since 10:04. How far out of options expirations do I play? It depends on what I'm doing. To answer that, it would have to be dependent on the strategy and the current setup and the announcements. Like, it's not like I just have a default, but I do find that most retail traders play way too short when they're playing options. I mean, sometimes I'm selling 0DTs. Sometimes I'm buying calls or puts for like 2 months out. There's no default of just like, this is how far out you should go and you move on. I have 8 days in Apex, but I'm at a balance of 52,300. Can I withdraw? No, you can't. You don't have enough money in your account to withdraw. You need to be above that. You need to keep that buffer. Right now, definitely stalled out. I'm seeing Tesla take a little bit of a hit, but everything is stalled out since 10:04. VIX is holding just below, what is that, 24. Let's see what else is moving. Palantir, flat. Netflix, flat. Meta, popping a little. Nvidia, popping a little. Tesla, flat. Coin, flat. Broadcom, breaking down. ASML, not really trading much. Microsoft got hit right with the overall market, but then recovered with the overall market. Highly correlated today. Same thing with Apple, holding stronger. RUM, slightly down. Amazon, trying to recover after that puke at 956. DJT, flat. Qualcomm actually pushing. Google just hit an intraday high. Ripple's at 254. Solana's at 147. Texas Roadhouse is flat. Bonds are going down, trading just below, right around 90.75. Oil's popping up to 68. Gold taking a bit of a turn, but had a push up to 2937. Yield curve not doing much. And this was just some other stuff I was looking at. The question here is this going to be a lower high and do we crack the trend line? If we do, I believe that is the trade of the day. That's pretty much it. And then other than that, I know it's boring. And unfortunately, all I could tell you is we're watching for the trend line crack. We're watching for either an options pop or an options puke, one of those. And then we're also waiting for the speeches. And the first speech is in over 2 hours. Jerome Powell speaks at 12:30 Eastern and President Trump speaks at 1:30 Eastern. So until that happens, you don't have to be doing random trades. You don't have to be slapping things on that you're not necessarily stoked to be in. Just wait for that setup. And this is coming from a person who didn't do that yesterday, and it costs me dearly. So take this as a lesson from a guy who has made every single misstep and miscalculation possible. Wait for environments like this, which actually might be setting up here. Might be setting up. All right. Options starting to turn. Options are starting to turn as we're getting a trend line test. All right. I'm going to be setting up an alert on just in case it cracks when I'm not paying attention, but I just put an alert on both of these trend lines. So we'll get a little bit of that auditory feedback just in case it actually does happen. So watching this closely and also simultaneously trying to watch it, but options are starting to turn. More specifically, it's the double doozy. People are selling calls and they're buying puts. Calls are dropping, puts are dropping, call selling, put buying. That is the double doozy really dropping the delta. And we just got that crack. Is it going to actually crack? The SPY is there. Remember, the next test would be the closing value, which is this 10 low. Here we go. Are we going to bounce or are we going to break? Let's see. We're knocking on the door. We're knocking on the door of disaster. Let's see. Obviously, we're attempting to crack. Let's see if the Bears have enough strength or if the Bulls have enough weakness to send us back down to hell. The SPY is on that green to red test right now. Like I said, I believe this is the trade of the day. You have well-defined risk. If you're right, you have well-defined reward, and then things could get really crazy. So I called it out beforehand. I told you exactly what to look for, not only in price action, but also in the options market. Like, I don't know. It was kind of a pretty easy setup in all reality. That, I believe, was the trade of the day. Now, just to be the trade of the day, does that mean you're going to make money? No. It just means it was the best setup of the day, the best decision of the day. And the best setup and the best decision don't necessarily mean you're going to make money. I want to be very clear about that. So I think this is the best setup of the day. And if you're continually taking the best setups, that's how in the long run you end up becoming like net profitable. So I want to be clear here. Just because I think it's the trade of the day, that doesn't mean bet your entire account, because trades of the day, like, that's not a guarantee you make money. It's just the best decision of the day. And you're basing the best decision off a criteria thing. First of all, okay, what is the trend? Well, we're below the cloud. Below. So the price trend is favoring the bears. Then you look at the option trend. Okay, that's bearish. Okay, that's bearish. And then you're just doing it where you can get in with reasonable risk. So you're trading with price trend, with option trend, with reasonable risk. Those are the three things you want to be checking. And then obviously, based on your account and your account size, not only with reasonable risk, but the other part to that is risk in terms of like where you have to admit you're wrong, but also the sizing of your bet. So obviously you don't want to oversize your bet. Like, clearly you don't want to do that. Once again, that's what your boy did yesterday. And it was not pretty. It was not pretty, mi amigo. It was not pretty. Where are we at? Come on, let's go. Die. How are my positions looking? Oh, not as green as I want it to be. Die. All right, I'm going to set an alert on the intraday low just so we know if we're making fresh lows. Die. Okay, lock that in. Both of these locked in, 1,100, two different trades, up 2.2K. I played SPX 5705, SPX 5710. Die. Ugh, why am I on the wrong account value? Why is the account value? Huh? How did I make 2.2 but the account value is 6.4? Something's weird there. Well, here, let me drop to the 3 minute. How did I thought today was the first day on those accounts. I guess I must have previously traded for the account value to be $4,000 higher. I just thought that was a fresh account, but maybe I'm confusing my days because it's been a pretty wild trading week. Anyway, the SPY is now in the red territory below yesterday's close. And then also the Qs are battling it out between this green to red move. It's right at that closing value. So now I'm just going to be watching this downsloping trend line to see if it is ever breached or not. But really what I'm looking at is the low at 1036, which on the Qs basically is the intraday low, but it's a little bit farther away on the SPY to give you those SPX levels. We don't need that. We don't need that. Let me show you the key levels once again, just to give everyone a reminder. So we called the top here, and this wasn't a key level, but we saw the options market starting to get funky. That led to this fall, reversionary bounce, then it got weak. The next stop is yesterday's low of 5.711 if we don't recover above 5.738. So if we recover above that, then I'd be looking for the trend line breakout. But if we don't recover about that, I'd be looking for a push today's intraday low, but more importantly, yesterday's low. And then past that, about 11 and a half points past that, we have this key options level and key psychological level at 5,700. I do want to put this out there just because I don't want people to accuse me of Monday morning quarterbacking if it happens. There is a very real shot of us getting down to 56.50 today, and simultaneously, there's a very real shot of us getting up to 58.25. The expected range, the expected movement on today is very, very large. If you look at the money straddle, which is kind of a crude way to expect like where we're going today, it is a huge range. So regardless, my goal is just to catch the trend, which is why I say you shouldn't be married to the bullish or bear side. You should try to catch whatever trend you think is getting created, because if you do catch it, you could ride it to a massive level. We might be coming all the way down here to the depths of hell, or we might be ripping all the way up above yesterday's high, which both of those are very, very far away. Right now, I'd be a little bit more biased. If I had to bet, which I am literally betting on it, I bet the bear trend is the one that plays out, just because price action is bearish. Options trend is, hang on, let me switch to the 30 so you can see it. Let me switch to the 30. Options trend, the delta's at the low of the day on the SPY. The delta's at the low of the day of the Mag 7. Of course it could turn. Of course it could. But I'm not a trader who bets on like, nope, I think it's going to turn right now. I just try to answer the basic question of what is the current trend and can I take advantage of it with a low risk, reasonable bet. And if trend switches, okay, cool. Identify the trend switch and then switch your position. You don't have to be married to it. Like, you just don't. Okay. And now we're just waiting. The Qs are attempting to save themselves at the closing value from yesterday, and so is the SPY. That was literally reverting right back to not only the recent low at 10, but also just that key level, which is exactly why we have the key levels marked out, because that's how we kind of expect the market to react. We expect the market to react to key levels. I would expect either the bounce or the puke to come by, we're going to have a little bit of a leading indicator from options. I think we're either going to be seeing the delta drop and then we puke, or we're going to see a pop. So just kind of every so often, I'm coming back to check this out just to see if we could get any form of a leading indicator on this one. But the Mag 7 actually did just drop again, which once again makes me think that maybe the bears have the upper hand, because right here at 1022, we just made a new delta low on the Mag 7. Price is trying to pop here, but options are not following through. Right here, I could see the price going up, but options seemingly don't give a shit. We got a little pop in options, but literally it's popping off the lowest reading of the day. Patience. That's all I could tell you. Watch, I suppose we might be breaking down. I guess I could set this alert up just so we know. Once again, the bullish reversion would be breaking and holding the trend line. So I strongly believe that at any point, just ask yourself, what is the bull case? What is the bear case? The bull case in this one would be, okay, we didn't make a new low, so that's technically a higher low, trend line breakout, and depending on when the breakout does or doesn't happen, you might have a low risk opportunity. Of course, that could be real. On the flip side, we have been trending down ever since 954, so if we take out this low, if we take out the 1018 low, that's a pretty obvious test then of the intraday low. In terms of individual equities, I see a lot of things going nowhere. The VIX did just get back above 24, taking a little bit of a hit right now. Tesla catching a bit of a pop. MSTR a bit of a pop. Palantir's flat. Netflix is getting hit and has not recovered. Meta, Nvidia, Tesla, Coin, Broadcom's looking weak. ASML is actually looking strong. Microsoft, Apple, DJT, Amazon. Qualcomm is still showing strength. Qualcomm and Google, well, Google took a bit of a hit, but it was strong up until 10:09, are kind of like the strongest ones I'm seeing. Mixed bag. Equities seemingly don't know what the hell they're doing. They're just waiting. Jerome Powell speaks at 12:30, and then President Trump speaks at 1:30. So we have about 2 hours to go for Jerome Powell's speech, and then 3 hours to go until Trump's speech. And I think the market is waiting for that to like have any big decisive move, because really we're just effectively dancing around VWAP. I mean, I could throw VWAP up so you guys can see it. Do I not have VWAP on this? On this one? VWAP. Volume. Where the fuck is VWAP? Oh, there we go. Basically, we bounced off of VWAP. We just traded back up into it and got rejected. So the market sold right. This was not only the trend line, but it was also the closing value. It was also VWAP. This bounce, that is a reasonable place to bounce. We bounced. It failed. We cracked the trend line, the close, and the I guess the VWAP line. And then guess what? We recovered right back up into VWAP. We recovered right back into close. And now we're just testing. The market's trying to figure out who has more strength. Is it the bulls or is it the bears? And then you just have to wait. I do believe that the upper hand is to the bears as of now, but obviously I reserve the right to change that as price develops, as options move. Speaking of options, here's your real-time look. There's the Mag 7. We popped a little bit, but overall still weak. And then here's a look at the S&P 500 complex, popping a bit more right there at 1023, but quickly stopping. What was that? It was some puts being closed out and some calls being purchased, to be fair. Yeah. Okay, so some call purchasing from 1017 up till 1024. Now it's gone flat. Puts being closed out from 1023 up till 1024. So we had about 1 minute of puts being monetized and about 5 minutes of some people trying to get calls. But for the past couple minutes, we're just perfectly flat. Yeah, like it right here. We got that pump and now it's just not trending anymore. Just Mag 7 is actually looking weak once again. Mag 7 it tried to pop, but getting hit now. So I'm expecting the Qs to be testing 487.57. I'm expecting the SPY to be testing 571.77, the recent low. That'd be my next expectation. I do want to remind you. Wait, did I? All right, we have our Vanquish. We've been crushing that. I do want to remind you, code Goonie, 35% off. This code will be, this discount will be running all weekend. Once again, code Goonie will get you 35% off any of their plans. Obviously, when you're checking out, they do have stocks, but I think much more of you are interested in options. And then you could just pick the account size that you like. We're giving away some of the 10K accounts, but the 50 and the 150 are probably the most popular. Once again, just don't forget to put in that the code GOONIE to get 35% off. And we are going to be giving away 10 of the 3K accounts today and $150 of cold hard cash. If you still have some time to enter on locals, so we're picking 3 people from locals, 1 from Rumble and 1 from YouTube. We're going to be starting that process basically now. So if you want, you still have time to enter. Pinned to the top of chat in the description of the video. To enter on locals, just do what all these other people have been doing. I just need a way to reach out to you. So if you're the winner, so I just wanted to call that out for right now. So sign up. It's getting dropped in chat, but it's in the description of the video if you're looking for this link. In the meantime, we do seem to be snapping, so maybe I should pause for a second. You could have, that's another solid trade right here, this breakdown trade, because you get to risk the 1024 high. So this would be your risk point, and you're playing for this continuation down to the intraday low. So well-defined risk, well-defined reward. VIX is starting to expand. VIX is expanding. VIX is up. Mag 7 Delta is the lowest reading of the day. And SPY is not the lowest reading, but it's trending down after this, like a little bit of a reversionary pop. If the SPX right here, if this really starts to vomit, that's when you're going to see the intraday breakdown most likely, but also watch the VIX. All right, let's start picking our competitors. Remember, you still have time to sign up for locals, but we'll pick the Rumble and the YouTube right now just to get ready for the race. And then when the price action allows us, we'll actually run the race. So the first thing we are going to do is we'll do some... I'm logging in, giveaways. All right, it is not running yet. So if you see anything, it's just not right. We're going to be doing a random number in YouTube chat. You have to guess anywhere between 1 and 150. 1 and 150. The first person to guess that number will be representing the land of YouTube. We are going in 3, 2, 1. All right. Who's it going to be? Lots of guesses coming in. I actually don't even know what the answer is. I just know that it's somewhere between 1 and 150. And you can see here, Real Chris B. The answer was what? What was the answer? It triggered Real Chris B. Real Chris, not the fake Chris, but the real Chris. The real Chris. What was the number? Does it not? Oh, I don't know. It got you Real Chris B. All right. The other thing we have to do is pick someone off of Rumble. 10 to 25. Generate. All right. 13. All right. We're counting 13 comments from the first one that I see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Blazer. Blaze. Congratulations. You are representing the Greenland of Rumble. And hang on, I'm getting alerts. We're getting breakdowns. I told you. Be careful about this. We hit the new intraday low. The Qs took out yesterday's low value, which means we have high odds of closing now below 488.20. And then the SPY's not that far away from it. It needs to go below 570.12 to have that same odds. But there's about a 78% chance now that the Qs close somewhere below 488.2. It might be by a cent. It might be by multiple dollars. I don't know, but those are the odds. I see the VIX picking up once again. Holy shit. I went degenerate on some of these NDX puts, and I'm already up 12K and counting. 12K and counting, Tonto. Hell yeah, brother. Remember, all right, we hit this, the low from yesterday. The next one is 5,700. 5,700 is the next level. It is a key options level. I'll show you guys all that. Well, first of all, let's reload some of this. Little ditty. All right, we are in negative gamma. We are in negative delta. When you are in negative gamma, when you are in negative delta, you are in a trend following state. As in, whatever way you go, the market makers push it further in that direction. That is the definition of negative gamma. And it's negative because we're on the left side, not only for the 0 DT, but also for the all expiration. Right now, it seems like there's natural support at 5690 from the delta pressure. With respect to the open interest, all right, that didn't change much just because this player's so big. All right, here's the volume. This is what people are playing, but let's look at the volume over the past 15 minutes. Okay, over the past 15 minutes, 5,700, but then there's also action at 5,650. So in terms of the last 15 minutes worth of trading, people are actively trading, whether getting in or out of the 5,700 puts, a little bit at 5,670, but more so the big node right here is at 5,650. So I wanted to call those out. Once again, that's over the last 15 minutes. And let's see how aggressive that they are being. Are they net buyers or net sellers? They are net buying the 5670s and they are net buying the 5645. So this is probably related to the put credit spread, but people are aggressively buying the 5670s right now. So this is probably more of a shorter term thing. To be fair, I'm looking at the last 15 minutes worth of data, but if 5,700 does not hold, your evident target right now is not just a little bit below it, it is 30 points below it. I'm trying to be clear here. If this does not hold, your evident target is 30 points below or another 0.5%. Hey, Matt, I know the news you sent last night sucks. However, thank you for making consistent $5,000 a day. So thank you for all you have taught me. No one can trade perfect. Have a good weekend. Shout out, Dark Knight. Not even living up to your name. That was just very kind. hardly the actions of a dark knight. A better name would be the kind knight. VIX is popping again. MSTR is getting hit. My puts are up 15K and counting. 15K and counting. Come on. I know it could bounce here. I know it can, but I would love a puke all the way down to 56.70. I would love a puke all the way down to here. Let's look at the flow really quick. Mag 7 flow, lowest of the day, getting fucking clocked. S&P 500, lowest of the day and getting pretty smoked ever since 956. The Mag 7 really started to turn at 959. And obviously we were talking about that quite a bit. And I see the VIX is still picking up here. Yeah. The VIX is looking angry. Looking angry. All right. I do need to pick the 3 people off of locals. We got to get all of our competitors. How many? Okay, 110 of you figured out how to actually properly enter. Random number generator between 1 and 110. We just hit a fresh low of the day, but let me get this. 20, 43, and 80. All right, let's go find those people. Once again, 20, 43, and 80. Are we going? Okay, fresh low of the day. I'll put up a quick alert for reversion. That's pretty close, but just to have it. The VIX is really climbing right now. Like I said, we're coming up to the test level. 5,700. I cannot stress this enough. Yes, we might bounce here. This is a key level people are paying attention to. If we bounce, look at a potential rejection at the recent high, which also happens to be yesterday's low at 57.12. That's pretty obvious. Like when you come to key technical and key psychological and key option levels, yes, people are going to react to it. However, if they do not react strong enough, if the bears are too aggressive, if the bulls are not enough in strength to outweigh the bearish aggression, I don't think there's a little bit of a sell-off. I think there's a 30-point sell-off, and I'm getting that information from literally looking at the most popular contract being played over the last 15 minutes. Here, I could update it again. 50. It's actually getting stronger as I just reran it because some time has passed. This is the fact that this is long puts. That's aggressive. People are selling the 55.75, so that might be interesting all the way down here. But in the short term, if 5,700 does not hold, watch 56.70, and it does look as if we are testing right now, and it does look as if your boy is fucking ripping. Wow, the VIX is going. The VIX is going, Tonto. All right, well, let me still try to figure out. So 20 was the first one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Jay, we'll call you J Ross. All right, that's the first one, 25 per page. This is page 2. The answer was 43, so 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43. Warm apple pie. That's such a nice one. All right, 50. All right, the bottom of this page would be 75 whenever it loads. Ooh, we're still going. Whenever this loads, load. Come on, faster. The bottom of this page is 20 or 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80. Josh. Is it Betty Josh? We're just going to call you Josh, I guess. I don't know what name we're going for there. All right, we have our 5 competitors, and we also have a market that is absolutely dying. All right, I'm just kind of tracking recent lows on the 3-minute just so we know if there's a bit of a bounce. But, dude, the VIX is going, and these puts are cruising. I'm up 17.5. Oh, we're getting a little bit of a pop right now. All right, cool. I'll remark out this intraday low. We'll get, all right, intraday low. All right. Where are we at? No one should be surprised because I literally explained this to you beforehand. All right, we don't quite need VWAP up right now. I think if anything, that's distracting. We're bouncing. We're just battling it out at 5,700. I don't know who's going to win the battle. I mean, looking at the current options flow, it looks pretty freaking negative, but who knows? A rich hedge fund could walk in and just buy calls right now. The spot gamma implied 1-day move low is 5681, 5681, which is a bit higher than that's right where my cursor is now. I think if we do fall, I think we overshoot that. And once again, I'm just getting that from the hot levels currently being played, which now I just want to reload this. It's still 5670. It's still aggressively at 5670. Yeah. Up 19 and climbing. Up 19 and climbing. MSTR. I'm going to mark out the intraday low. I'm watching MSTR today just because of this crypto conference. So I was curious, is it breaking bullish or bearish? Fresh low on the SPY and the Qs. Oh, we cracked 20K. Cracked 20K. Unrealized gain. I think there's more though. I do. I think if it doesn't save itself here, I think there's a relatively quick sell-off to this zone, or I'm hoping for a quick sell-off, but I could tell you this is the key level people are playing. Spot Gamma is calling out 5680. That was probably from just like a volatility reading, but from an options chain reading, I'm calling out 5670. And then I want to let you know, if we do, like, obviously I'd be very stoked if we get all the way down here. If we do get all the way down here, the next level is 5650, which is right here, Captain Condor. And part of Captain Condor's play is already getting cut. You could see it's a little bit less big than it was this morning, so they might be sweating. But yeah, you have the 5660s. 5650, 5660. But anyway, this is the south side of Captain Condor. The Captain Condor is betting that the market closes above 5650 and below 5825. That's like how you would interpret this. But if this cracks, yes, I'm watching 5670 just because these players right here might choose to monetize at that point. And then if you monetize your puts, you're removing negative delta, so that could cause the market to bounce a bit. But if they choose not to, then I think there's going to be clear pressure on the Captain Condor, the put credit side of Captain Condor, all the way down here at 5650. But we are not out of the woods yet. Yes, I know we just made an intraday low, but this is just a key level. Like, we could easily bounce off of it. So right here, all I could tell you have to just be patient and watch and just wait. The VIX. I cannot look at that run up in volatility. Just ripping. Just absolutely ripping. All right. Well, I have the alerts. We did crack the low on the SPY. We did crack the low on the Qs. So for those of you who are looking to sell premium, which is tough when vol is this high, there are still very good odds that we close today somewhere below 572.71 and somewhere below 488.20 on the SPY and the Qs respectively. Those are just like good odds to know of the market, that you have about a 77% chance of, when you crack the previous day's low, to close below, somewhere below. It might be $1, it might be a cent, I don't know. But it's more of just like a binary odds of, are you above or below? Think like sports betting. But you have about a 77% chance of closing below that closing value when you crack the previous day's low, which is what happened at 10:30. So putting that stat together with the current options flow, which the current options flow tried to bounce right there, might be getting smoked. It's trying to bounce at 5,700, which makes sense. I mean, you can't blame people for trying to go long here because it's minimal risk. You can go long here and you have baby risk of 5,694. So if you're wrong, you take the paper cut. If you're right, you could potentially get to ride it all the way back up. So that's not how I like to trade, but I understand why people do trade that way, just because it's such a low risk opportunity that if you hit 1 in 10 of these, 1 in 20 of these, you're going to be net ahead just because your paper cuts are so incredibly small. So it makes sense that buyers are stepping in at key levels, and also sellers are going to be locking in their profit at these key levels because they're going to be saying, oh, we're at 5,700 flat. Like, if it bounces, they don't want to be involved in it. So like, I get why we have these reactions. Obviously I'm playing and I'm hopeful that we have a further sell-off, but we are getting a bit of a bounce right now, which actually this might, but VIX is holding right here. I want to point out that the VIX, I mean, it had a huge pop. MSTR is getting a bit of a pop right now off of this. This might be like the last the last stand for the bull camp to bounce it off this level. This might be the last stand for the bull camp. Ooh, zero DTs are starting to show something interesting. What happened? Right here. Okay. As discussed, we hit 5,700. That's where people started to buy calls. And then right before that, actually, people started to close out their puts. So they're buying zero DTE calls right there, and they're monetizing their zero DTE puts. So it's the double doozy for the bounce. You have the bears locking in their profits and bulls stepping in. That's exactly, and it came right at like 1042 is where it started to happen. So puts being closed out, calls being entered. So that adds positive delta. This is removing negative delta. Both have the net effect of pushing the delta even higher. When the delta goes higher, the market makers don't have to be as short, so they take their hedge off, as in they buy back their shorts. When you have market makers buying back their shorts, you get a bit of a bounce. Now, just because we're seeing a bounce here, does that mean we're actually legitimately going to bounce and that's the low of the day? Of course, that's possible, but it's also going to be somewhat dependent on, does this trend continue? As we've been seeing, like at any moment, these trends have been like wild. Like you can drop, you could pop, you could drop, you could pop, you could drop, you could pop, you could drop, you could pop. Is this actually going to be the low at 1042? Possible. Or you could be paying attention to it and saying, uh-oh, it's starting to tilt again. And then maybe we have another reasonable retest of 5,700. But like I said, if you bought that long at 5,700, we already hit that first target again, which was yesterday's low, a nice 10 point, 11 point play there. So we're kind of right back to where we were at 1030. And as we're waiting to see if this is going to be some recent high or if we vomit or if we actually are recovering, this is the perfect time for us to actually run our giveaway and see who is the fastest marble in all the land. The fastest marble in all the land. All right. Let me boot this up. Uh-oh. Hello? Oh, let me find the Tendies and Tunes channel. Let's get some tunes pumping in here. Tendies and Tunes. Remember, all this music that you guys have asked for, it's free. We just have it up there. I really like the one that we just put up yesterday, Velvet Core's Stealing Your Girl. Classic. It's a classic. Velvet Core's, he knows what's up. Also Mississippi Gamblers. Which one's the most popular? This one is still the most popular. Hopium Dreams is growing. You guys really are liking these songs. Like I said, this is the Tendies and Tunes. It's in the description of the video. Why is this launching? All right, I am launching marbles as we're waiting for that. Ooh, this might be that failed bounce. This might be that VIX is picking back up. Here's a look at the options flow. The delta dropping again. It peaked at 1046, swiftly dropped. Looking at the SPY. Whoa, brother. We popped, and then someone at 1046 started to smash it. People started to buy back their puts and sell their calls. So all of those calls that were bought for the bounce, those people said, fuck it. We don't want to be involved in this. I could show you. All those zero DT calls for people buying the bounce, they gave them all back. The net situation in this was they're already like, nope, never mind. Honestly, they might have just been playing it up to yesterday's close or something like that. But the net situation is they gave that full thing back. Longer duration calls. And look at zero DT puts are getting loaded up on again. So watch it, be patient, but that is not bullish looking by any means. You could argue how bearish looking is it, but it's definitely not bullish looking. I have an alert set up in case we do somehow magically recover, but I also have an alert for the breakdown. Oh, whoa. That was something just had to get announced. What's the breaking news? For a movement like that, something just got announced. What was it? Fed Williams does not comment on monetary policy or the economic outlook. Fed Williams, inflation expectations back to pre-pandemic levels. The USTR is to hold a meeting on March 11th on China's semiconductor policies. Something just had to get announced. None of this makes sense. Putin said to be ready to agree to Ukraine truce with conditions. It might be that. Once again, Putin said to be ready to agree Right here, Putin is said to be ready to agree Ukraine truce with conditions. That's the breaking news of why the market just popped, just came out. Once again, Putin is said to be ready to agree Ukraine truce with conditions. That is what just popped the market. Wow. I wonder if we're going to get faded now. Well, that changed everything. See how price popped? How much did options really change with it? A little bit of pop in options, but definitely not as much as you'd think on that price pop. So the reason they're able to react so quickly is there's just like a lot of bots like always kind of going through the news trying to decide what the hell is and isn't happening. So obviously it interpreted that as good news, but I'm telling you, a telltale sign of news failure is you look at right when it was announced. I mean, you could practically see it. You just have this gap up. Right before the news, we were at 5705, and then we just quickly popped up to 5737. If this gets completely flated, that tells you that the market doesn't give a shit about the news. So if we come right back down to the level that we were before that news event, we're just back on the same path that we were, honestly. So that's one strategy I use. I'd just be watching 5705. That's exactly where we were before this pretty crazy 30-point pop. And another thing that's telling me be a little bit suspect about this pop is the fact that, I mean, I'm showing you right here, options really didn't move much on it. Like, yeah, they moved some because bots are going to overreact because of the news, seemingly good. Here, let me show you this. The SPY, a little bit of a pop, but the delta just barely got above where we were anyway. So the delta reading was the exact same, even though how many points higher did we go? Another 15 points higher. I'm telling you, if we come all the way back to 5705 or 5705, if we come back to 5700, that's just the market saying, nope, bots misinterpreted the news, and it's just bringing it right back to equilibrium, which right now, according to the options market, is more likely because we're not seeing that bullish follow through. I would say, oh, this news has legs and it might change the trend, but options stop. You could see that option stopped right at 1049. We're just going flat on the Mag 7. Also right here, you could actually see the SPY starting to crack. So there was a huge pop in options, but then they just quickly went flat. You don't get that nice follow through. So this is actually a good telltale sign of the market just being the stupid market in all reality. The market being the dumb market in all reality. All right. All right. And this is a perfect time as we're waiting to see if there is follow through, isn't follow through. Let's get our races going. We're going to race. We're going to do a random map. It looks like we are doing express delivery. We got some bots. Let me set up the people representing the red land of YouTube. We have Real Chris representing the green land of Rumble. We have Blaze representing locals. We have J Ross. We have Warm Apple Pie, and we have Josh. J Ross, Warm Apple Pie, and Josh, congratulations. You guys already won now a Vanquish account, so make sure you create an account on Vanquish so they can give you the credit so you could use one of the prop accounts. But right now we still have $150 of cold hard cash up for grabs. All right, we did that. Let me show you what's going on here very quickly. Let me switch back to this. Is this already frozen again? This is what every single time I run this program, and I even updated my driver. I thought this was a driver issue. I don't know why. Oh, it's already getting faded. Let me exit out of this just to clean up a little bit of my CPU right now. But something about whatever the new driver is and then running this marbles thing has always been slowing me down. Anywho, we are ready to go. All right. I wonder if there's going to be an absolute catastrophe in the time of this race. But ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between, please put your hands together for 5 of the fastest racers in all the land. And I do want to remind you that these are prison rules. All that matters is winning. How they win, not really in question. But the winner of this race, not only getting eternal bragging rights, but also going to be getting $150 of cold hard cash. Obviously, before we get going, place your bets. Who do you think's going to win? Is it a dark horse candidate like Warm Apple Pie, or is it a well-known racer like Real Chris? Please post your bets right now. Who are you rooting for? Who do you think's going to win? And ladies and gentlemen, start your marble engines because we are going in 3, 2, 1. We got a little velvet chorus. Whoa. Who's going to get out of here first today? It looks like Real Chris got the first drop, followed by Warm Apple Pie. Warm Apple Pie makes the first move, getting the drop. All right, Real Chris and Warm Apple Pie are making the move. Real Chris currently leading. We're on a very dark path, so I wonder if they could see. Real Chris leading Warm Apple Pie, followed by J. Ross, followed by Blaze, followed by Josh. Real Chris, steady and just taking the turns. Very tactical racer, very tactical driver. But Warm Apple Pie is known for some late race surprises. I don't need to remind you about that whatsoever. Here we are coming up to a very confusing setup. What in the world is this? All right, Real Chris got stuck. Warm Apple Pie smashed his face into a turnstile. Warm Apple Pie getting then hit by Real Chris. And J. Ross officially makes the move, and they all miss the speed up. But J. Ross is now in the lead. Can he get through this awkward-looking turnstile? No, caught up. Can Warm Apple Pie do any better? Real Chris, is he going to... Nope, J. Ross. Everyone's getting caught up. Blaze, blazing out of nowhere. Josh. Oh, Josh is dead. R.I.P. Josh. Uh-oh. J. Ross is in the lead, but holy shit, is he going to survive? J. Ross, can you land this? Can you land this? Ooh, J. Ross also dead. That's sad. That's a sad one. So J. Ross and Josh, both dead. Blaze, everyone's now a little bit more concerned here. Uh-oh, these are proven to be absurdly dangerous. But Blaze makes it through. Blaze makes it through, and so does Warm Apple Pie. All right, Blaze is the first up the elevator. Can he keep it on the tracks for the remainder of the race? It is between Blaze and Warm Apple Pie. Real Chris is alive, but for some reason going backwards, which I suppose is better than dying. But if Blaze can just keep his head steady, can just really focus on what he needs to, he will be the victor. Blaze, do you have it in you, picking the right path? And do we have a moving finish line? Nope. Congratulations, Blaze. Congratulations, Blaze. Congratulations. Warm Apple Pie coming in second. And then we have Real Chris coming in third, but still a competitor to the end, not quitting, and still better off than J. Ross and Josh, who died. So Blaze, congratulations. You are the winner. You are the winner. Everyone, join me in a quick round of applause for all of our competitors. Blaze, you are successfully represented the green land of Rumble. Blaze, if you're in here, we need you to tell us how to contact you so I can send you the money. Blaze, you're in Rumble chat. Tag Chaos, do whatever you need to, but I need your email, your Discord, your Twitter, or something. I need a way to reach out to you so I can get you the money. So Blaze, tag Chaos in Rumble chat so we can get your information. So Blaze, congratulations. Congratulations to everyone except, J. Ross and Josh are dead. So that's just kind of actually sad. Definitely, we lost some people, but that's why we have good insurance here in the Goonie community, because we've been losing quite a few lives lately. All right, let me set up this reversal. We're still kind of at that trend line on the SPY. We're kind of battling it out. We're right above the low from yesterday. Remember, we were on the trajectory to have a vomit, and then we just got this news, if you're just joining in right now, that breaking: Putin is said to be ready to agree on a Ukraine truce with conditions. Putin is said to be ready to agree Ukraine truce with conditions. According to sources in Moscow, Russia is willing to discuss a temporary truce in Ukraine as long as progress is made towards a final peace settlement. The offer was made during last month's talks in Saudi Arabia between top Russian and American officials, according to people who were asked not to be identified because they were discussing internal policy. This was the first sign of a positive response from President Vladimir Putin to the U.S. counterpart Donald Trump call for a ceasefire. According to two people familiar with the situation, agreement on a Where are we at? I lost it. I'm reading a weird news source. According to another person familiar with the matter, Russia will be particularly insistent on establishing the parameters of an eventual peacekeeping mission, including agreement of which countries will participate. Dude, the news is flying right now. Trump to deliver remarks at 11 a.m. Little bit of breaking news here, team. Trump, 11 a.m. I guess we're getting two talks from the president today, which is maybe why the market is trying to decide what the hell it wants to do. What do we have going on here? What do we have? Let me see if I can find this. Obviously, this might prove to be very important. Trump speech. That's like now. Does anyone have a link or know where this might be? Does anyone have insights? So Crypto Summit is 3 p.m. I'm going through the news sources. Trump speaks first ever answers. Anyone, help me out. Does anyone know? I think he changed his... I saw it was 1:30 to agree with, but some of the news I'm seeing now is 11. This was posted 30 minutes ago. Trump to deliver remarks at 11 a.m. Trump to deliver remarks at 11 a.m., which is now, and that was posted 30 minutes ago. So I think he's speaking multiple times today. Oh, I found it. Yeah. I found it. Right here. So I think he's speaking 3 times today. I think he's speaking now about Russia, Ukraine. He's speaking at 1:30 for the economy, and then speaking at 3 p.m. for the crypto conference. But I have this rocking. Here, let me move it over here for now, just in case it starts and I don't hear it. But I have that queued up. I was going to stop the show right now, but at this point, we might as well listen to what he has to say. Yeah, so it says it's supposed to have started a minute ago. So let's give this a second to try to figure out what in the world is going on. The SPY is right at its trend line. The Qs are right above its trend line, depending on how aggressive you are withdrawing it. MSTR is taking a bit of a hit, and vol is just hanging out just below 25. Here's a look at the options flow on the Mag 7, tilting back down. Here's a look at the options flow on the SPY, holding, but maybe tilting down slightly, but really kind of actually flat ever since this Putin thing. So we're just kind of waiting for it. Watch VIX picking up. I'm looking to see if MSTR pukes below 289 today. I have the speech up. He just hasn't started yet. So to be clear, I do think he's speaking 3 times today. Right now, I believe he's speaking from the Oval Office. Most likely it relates to this Putin, Russia, Zelensky, Ukraine news. Then again at 1:30 for the overall market, and then at 3 p.m. for the crypto summit. So I think we're getting 3 different Trump talks and addresses today. And then also at 12:30, we're going to be hearing from what's his nuts, Jerome Powell, the chairman of the Fed. So I mean, I'm loading this. Is he starting? I keep reloading this, but it just hasn't kicked off yet. So if you guys see that it kicks off, feel free to yell at me in chat. I just keep reloading over here, and it's still like in their pause screen. President Trump's unscheduled remarks at 11 a.m. are expected to be on today's job reports per CNBC. Oh, so it's on the jobs reports. Interesting. I thought this one would be, I was just kind of guessing because I'm sure people will ask about it. So I bet we're going to get a little bit of both. But yeah, we are currently waiting. Ooh, VIX is picking up, folks. VIX is picking up. We are right back at yesterday's low. This is another support level. Support, we caught it. We puked. We came up, got rejected. We were going to go, and then we got the news jump, and we came right back. So see how we're just getting there's like a magnet to these key levels. So now we're here. I don't know. Maybe we bounce and we rip all the way up to 5738, pretty much where we were at the peak of that absurd market reaction. Or maybe this fails and we completely undo all that positive movement from the news, which would be 5705, and then we fall back to 5700, which would be the next level. So I want this to happen just because that's how I'm currently positioned, but Obviously, if there's a strong bullish trend, I'll just play that. Pump incoming, well, you're just randomly guessing and basing that off of nothing, Mr. Boulay. Basing that off a whole lot of nada. A whole lot of nada. Where are we at? We're waiting now. Velvet cores. Velvet cores. All right, let's start this on time. Nope, we are now 4 minutes late. I just keep reloading it and nothing's happening. All right. Is there any other breaking news here? I'll put this up so you guys can see that. Let me check if there's other breaking news. No capital gains tax exemptions expected at White House crypto summit. Hassid on Trump making exempting a steel tariff. I doubt it. Trump considering banking sanctions until final peace agreement reached. We already covered that. Since then, no other news. So I think we're all kind of awkwardly waiting for this first address, which some people in chat are saying is going to relate to the jobs number. Then there's another talk at 1:30 from Trump and then 3 p.m. And in between all that, Jerome Powell, the chairman of the Fed, will be speaking at 12:30 in about an hour and a half. So there's a lot going on. A lot going on. All right. I think it's going to be very interesting if the SPY takes out 569.32 and if the Qs take out 484.68. I think that will then set up a pretty evident and obvious test of the intraday low. But as you can see from literally what randomly happened right here at 9:48.45 to 10:49, right, like the news came out, the bots went crazy, huge gap up. The market didn't care about it that much, and we got faded, but we didn't fade the entire range. We didn't fade this entire range. So it still might hold, which really makes me just think that the market is kind of waiting to see what is or isn't said. And as we are waiting for what is or isn't said, we're kind of just fading down. Is he starting yet? I keep reloading the stream and it's still just waiting on the news. So I'm not seeing a whole heck of a lot here, team. Like I said, feel free to yell at me if you see it, if you see anything. Oh, we're waiting. Blaze, what a race. What a race Blaze put in there. I don't think we should be minimizing Blaze's performance. We just got a 4-point pop. Is he starting? I don't think this is news driven right here. I think that was just a market thing. Options are flat on the Mag 7. Options are trending down still on the S&P 500. With the key level being the key. Ooh, we're getting a pop here. Not a huge pop, not like we saw before, but we're seeing a little bit of bullishness. Key level being 5,700. 5,700. Oh no, there's dumb Ripple people in this news stream. I'm looking at the chat of the news stream right now. First of all, it's a lot of Russian, and then beyond Russian, it's people just talking about XRP. The modern day AMC apes fighting for something they don't even understand. U.S. suspends most tariffs against Mexico. President Donald Trump has announced the suspension of nearly all 25% tariffs on imports from Mexico, which were introduced earlier this week. So yeah, that kind of got covered between yesterday and today. Dude, is he talking? I keep reloading this. I know I'm saying this a gazillion times, but it's just not going yet. We're just not going yet. The XRP hate is tacky. I think you mean intelligent and like means I have a basic understanding of supply and demand, which seemingly no one in the XRP world does, but maybe. Trump to speak at 10:30. I don't know where you're getting 10:30 from at all. The times that have been discussed are 11, 1:30, and 3 p.m. And really, you could see here that crazy bar. This was the potential ceasefire announcement. Since then, just range bound. No clear trend. Mag 7 options are perfectly representing that with no real trend. You got the pop right on that news. Since then, nothing. SPY actually ended up trending down, which is now actually kind of trending back up a little bit. So this was the pop. Since then, it is lower highs. Delta coming off a little bit. More specifically, it was what? What do we have going on? 0DT puts are flat. Some 0DT calls are now being purchased, but since then, like, the calls were sold. But I'm just talking about like the last couple minutes here. A little bit of a pop. I guess puts are closed. These puts are flat. Calls open. Calls open. That's interesting. So that's going up because 0DT is going up. We just got to wait. The Nasdaq is perfectly at 20,000, which is actually a big breakdown level from yesterday at 230 here. Like, we're pushing a big snap level that we saw at yesterday. Same thing on the S&P 500 futures market right here. We're hugging this big support level. So it's important in the futures land. Obviously, it's important here on SPX, not only key psychological level, but a key options level. If this snaps, I'm telling you, and we could easily bounce. We already bounced once, and hell, that bounce was worth 40 points. But granted, you got lucky with a bit of news. But anyway, yeah, we had a legitimate bounce. If we snap, I think there's a pretty easy 20 to 30 point sell-off. This is the play that I'm really looking for. And of course, it could get bad. We could be talking 56.50. Who knows what's going to be said or not said today? But it could get worse. But this is the main play I'm trying to capitalize on right here, is a snap of this key level leading to the next options level. Leading to the next options level. And we're flat. We're just waiting. I keep reloading this. Are they talking about any of this? Let's go to the lamestream media and see what they're talking about over here. Anything?
Two and beyond are going to look like. And frankly, I cannot find right now
that's
a
boring.
Positive catalyst for reacceleration going in the second quarter or beyond. I'm searching for a catalyst.
Oh, wait, hang on. David Sachs, CryptoZar.
Open to using taxpayer dollars in the future? Is that completely off the table?
According to the CEO, it is. We've said that this will not cost taxpayers a dime. So we've been very clear in this executive order that we will not use taxpayer funds to basically accumulate more crypto unless it can be done in a completely budget neutral way. No increase in the deficit, no increase in the debt, no use of taxpayer funds, no burden on the taxpayer. We've been very clear in this executive order
VIX
about
is
that.
Holding strong still. It's
David,
expecting
let's move
something.
on to artificial intelligence, where you're also weighing in on policy there. The Biden executive order was repealed in January. What is in the works currently that you can share about how that's looking and who's involved?
So the president, in his week one executive order on AI that rescinded the Biden EO, by the way, that was a very burdensome executive order that Biden had passed. It was over 100 pages of burdensome regulations on AI companies. The whole industry hated it. He rescinded that, and he tasked 3 people to basically evaluate and create a new AI action plan. And those people are the head of the Office of Science Technology Policy, the National Security Advisor, and myself. And so we're currently working on that plan. And we'll have more information for you about that once we're ready to present.
David, how confident are you at this moment around
AI
leadership here in the United States? That thick and fast, the news coming out of China, for example, of the latest models that are incredibly powerful with less data and ultimately more efficient. How are you exercising the view that AI can be still a leader for the United States and not losing its leadership versus China?
Mag 7 flat.
Well, I'm
SPY
confident in American leadership,
tilting a
but
bit
we can't
down.
be complacent about it. I mean, it's very clear that China is going to be
Calls
very,
are
very
being sold,
competitive.
puts are
Something like
flat.
Roughly half of the AI researchers in the world are from China.
Mag
they
7 is
are
just
very
perfectly
good at
flat.
Math and science. And you've seen with the launch of DeepSeek that they're very good. They have very good AI software companies. So this is going to be a very competitive race, and we have to win that race. But we can't be complacent about that in any way. It's going to be a very tough competition here.
There's actually reporting from other news sources that maybe DeepSeek would be banned from apps here in the United States. Do you think that's appropriate?
It's premature for me to comment on something like that. If the administration announces a policy
Trump is
on
still
that,
not
I'll
going
comment
yet.
on it then.
Let's talk about some of the other voices.
Right now, the
White House
CryptoZar,
as of
David
late
Sachs,
that
is
could
speaking on
potentially,
Bloomberg.
Chime in on AI policy. Elon Musk, is he involved in any capacity?
Not in what we're doing. So, again, we have an office within the White House, and we deal with crypto and AI policy. Elon's doing Doge, and these are two totally separate initiatives.
But let's talk a little bit more about what the contours of the AI policy could look like. I realize you can't share too much at the moment, but what will be your priority?
Trump just said, no, what is this? Okay. Based on the fact that Russia is absolutely pounding Ukraine on the battlefield right now, I am strongly considering large-scale banking sanctions, and tariffs on Russia until a ceasefire and final statement agreed on peace is reached. To Russia and Ukraine, get to the table right now before it's too late. Thank you. What else? I thought he said something else. The head of the United Auto Workers of America just stated that tariffs are necessary to correct years of abuse of the U.S. by other countries and companies. Okay. All right, that's the latest stuff about 1 hour ago. Okay.
GPUs to countries all across the world. They're basically an international
Bitcoin
version of the export controls. There's a 120-day clock on that in order for
not
the
holding
Trump
90. I can't say clobbered. That's not fair.
And make
turning
whatever
south.
modifications we want to make. So, for example, I think that's probably going to be one of the first policy items on our plate that we have to address because there's a clock on it. So I think that, export controls are a big area, diffusion's a big area, just how we govern the licensing of the most sophisticated chips and semiconductor manufacturing equipment is sort of at the heart of the policy discussion right now.
Would you ultimately be supporting an end to the CHIPS Act?
I don't think that anyone in the administration has said we want to end it, but the president has been very critical of it, and I think with good reason. I mean, I think the intent of the CHIPS Act was good. We were trying to get semiconductor manufacturing to occur in the United States because it's so strategic. The problem is that the money went to, frankly, a lot of companies who are losing in that very competitive market, and some of those companies haven't even used the money that they were granted because they're not doing very well. So the CHIPS Act has had, I think, mixed results at a high cost. And the question is just whether we can do something much better. And I think what the president has said is that he would like to use tariffs as an incentive to get companies to onshore their semiconductor manufacturing here. And the advantage of that approach is that the best
Potential
companies
breakdown.
have to do it too. They can't kind of drag their feet or they're going to be
All
hit
right,
with
we
tariffs.
completely
So I think the
undid
president's
the
figured
move
out a
from the
very
news.
powerful
So it's
weapon,
as if
a very
this
powerful
news about
incentive
Russia and
to
Ukraine
get
didn't even happen.
the best
We're already
companies
back
to
below
want
it.
to onshore their manufacturing.
Watch
including for
5700
semiconductors,
and then
that
obviously watch
is
the
very
snap of
strategic
the
for the United
intraday
States.
low.
TSMC putting money where its mouth is and potentially in response to tariff concerns. But you
Right. Well,
saying
you saw that. Yeah. Sorry, you mentioned TSMC. I think it's a very good point. We did a press conference with them just earlier in the week, and they announced over $100 billion investment in the U.S.
Right.
And a big part of the reason why is because of the president's tariff
Calls are
policies
getting
give them a
sold on the
strong
Mag
incentive
7.
to
Puts
wanna
are
move some
slightly being
manufacturing
purchased.
here. Because they know
Delta
that if
is
they
dropping.
don't do that, they're going to be hit with the tariff.
On the SPY,
with 45
Puts-
seconds, David, I've got to ask you, therefore, should Intel not be getting the money? Is that the company you're hinting at?
longer duration puts just got closed out.
I'm not saying they shouldn't get it, but I
But
think that everybody
zero
knows that
DT
Intel's a
puts
very
are still
challenged
pretty
company right
aggressively
now.
being
and
purchased.
I think that it's unfortunate. We want Intel
Delta
to do
popping
well.
a
We
little bit
want
on the
domestic
longer
chip
duration put
manufacturing,
situation.
And Intel is a legendary company.
Overall,
and,
still very weak.
It is one of the few companies in the United States that's capable of doing advanced chip manufacturing. So we want them to do well, and I think we will
VIX is
try
picking
to do
up.
whatever we can to help them do well.
Well, you're going to be speaking with lots of leaders from other companies today, of course, over at the White House, leaders of crypto exchanges across the board. We thank you so much. The White House AI and cryptos are
All right.
David Sachs ahead of
When
that
are we getting
all-important
this Oval
White
Office
House
thing?
crypto meeting coming up. First, though, Broadcom
Trump was
shares
supposed to speak at
big
11,
jump
one of
following
his
its
3
earnings and
talks
upbeat
today.
forecast fueled by AI demand. Details next. This is Bloomberg Technology.
Only 18 minutes late, you know? Just 18 minutes late. What just happened? Oh, Netflix. I'm getting an alert on Netflix. Must be a daily chart alert. Netflix daily. Oh, yeah, Netflix. Ooh, puking on Netflix. All right, MSTR, potential bearish reversal right here. Down, popped up, cracked over low. Obviously, you'd be confident about the bearish reversal below 272. Palantir hanging out at the bottom could be a triple bottom, but if it snaps, then look for a push to 72. Netflix, Meta also getting cracked. coming up to support around 600. There's also support at like 584. Nvidia also cracking these recent lows, potentially opening up the door for a Puke closer to like 105, maybe 101. Tesla, lower highs, lower lows, going for the downside gap fill at 255.28. Below that, there's another downside gap fill to 218.72. Coins doing nothing. Broadcom gave back its gains, kind of. It's still up 3%, but not as good as where it opened. ASML is doing nothing. Microsoft actually got rejected, might be flushing down to 386, followed by 381. Apple is actually showing strength, putting in a higher low, potentially recapturing its EMA cloud. Rumble getting hit, lower highs, lower lows. Amazon getting hit. Whoa, holy shit. It's right at support. There's also this downside gap fill on Amazon to 190.60. DJT getting hit. Qualcomm, nothing. Google, nothing. Ripple, nothing. Solana, nothing. Texas Roadhouse try to recover, getting smoked. Bonds trying to recover, higher highs, higher lows ever since the start of the year. Oil tried to bounce today, but overall getting crushed. Gold looking actually strong, putting in a higher low. Yeah, dude. Things are looking brutal right now. Brutal. We're at that 5,700. Like I said, the watch right now is, okay, so we undid that move. We obviously could not hold yesterday's low. So now watch the intraday low at 5.693. I'll set up that alert, which is roughly going to be equivalent to 568.43 on the SPY. And then the Q's intraday low is down here at 483.57. MSTR looks like it's making a move to the intraday low. VIX is pretty much at the intraday high. On the VIX, we're near these highs, 26, and then what is this one? 26.35. If this starts to push 27, dude, we're cooking. We're cooking, dude. Folks, if you haven't already, I haven't reminded you, but if you guys could smash that like button, that would be awesome. It really helps me out, gets this video in front of other people who might be interested. So if you're watching right now and you enjoy the content, you enjoy the call outs, if you listen to me, we got a lot of people, a lot of money. We're almost at 1,000 likes. It would be awesome if you guys could all just smash that like button, just destroy your mouse hitting that like button. That would be awesome. On Rumble as well. So don't forget to like, subscribe. That's the major thing I'm going to ask you for, is if you think at all this is insightful, dude, VIX is picking up. We're looking hot over there. We snapped 5,700. How are these puts looking? I'm back up to 17. I think I saw it peak at 20 and then it just came down to 10 and now we're bouncing back up to 17. So that's a nice trade. Come on, keep going. Let's go. Let's see 17. Let's see 18. Let's see 50. Let's see 50,000. That's really what I want to see. I'm being completely frank with all of you. So I want to see a snap 5694, and then I just want to see a horrific vomit right down to 5670. But actually, let me fire that up to see if that's still the major level to pay attention to, because we got that level off of the recent action. All right. All right. So in terms of volume over the last 15 minutes, not so much. It's more over the last 15 minutes now. People are playing the 5,700 and now it's dropping to 5,650. 15 minute. And let's just see what side. 5,650. That is seemingly, though, people are playing put debit spreads. They're opening up those puts positive delta. Oh, wait, are they inverting it? I don't know if this view is from the dealer perspective. No, those are long puts from the retail perspective. So people are actually playing perfectly counter to Captain Condor, which is interesting. That's actually very interesting. So on Captain Condor, you can see it here. Captain Condor is dropping the size of the position a little bit, but it's still there, 5650. Sold puts, bought puts. This is a put credit spread. So in the past 15 minutes of trading, people are playing perfectly inverse to this, and they're actually playing a debit spread, basically saying that Captain Condor is going to get blown out. Captain Condor, this started off with 31,000 contracts. It's now down to 25, so a little bit of de-risking. but they kept their long. No, they didn't. Never mind. Yeah, whoever this play got dropped, but they are keeping a bit of this one up here. This is 30,000 and change. That's a huge position, which is at this point probably worth like zero. Probably worth about zero. All right. We just got a pop in Delta. What was it? It was zero DTE calls being purchased and longer duration puts being closed out. But people are still holding pretty steady with the zero DTE puts. And it's on this crack. I'm telling you, we tested it once. We got that 40-point bounce. We hit my first target, basically hit the second target, came back down, couldn't hold, went right back to my target. We danced around a little bit. If we can tilt past this, yes, I know there's, based on volatility, people might react to 5680, but with respect to options, even the 5670s are disappearing and there's more people playing all the way down here. So I'm still going to watch this in the in-between just because those players still might be holding their positions. But I'm watching 5670. We just hit an intraday low on SPX. We just hit an intraday low on SPY, and we are not that far away from it on QQQ. And we're almost about to hit an intraday on MSTR. And right now we're actually at the highest, we're tied for the highest vol reading. And this position's up 19K and counting, 19.5, 20,000. Do I hear 21? Do I hear 21? 21, 21, 21, 21. Do I hear 21, 21, 21? Do I hear 22? Do I hear 22? No. 21. Do I hear 22? Nope. 21, 21, 21, 21, 20, 21, 21, 21. Do I hear 22? Anyone at 22? 22, 22, 22, 22. Going once. Going twice. Going three times. 22. Right there. Do we hear 23? Do we hear 23? Do we hear 23? And we are off to the races. The races. The races. You guys are fucking welcome. You guys are welcome. How's the account looking today? Ooh, 17K pop. Not a bad day. Ooh, 24, 25. Do I hear 26? Do I hear 26? 25, 25, 25? Dude, I want to see 50K on this one. I want to see 50K on this bad Mamma Jamma. VIX is going. MSTR intraday low. Like I said, the MSTR is a legit breakdown at like 271, 272. So that is a bit farther away. I'm playing it a little early, but that's because whatever. That's because of whatever. Is Trump talking yet? I'm still streaming because I thought Trump was going to talk, but at a certain point, we might as well just run this into the Powell speech. We're still just waiting. Okay, it has not started yet. We're still waiting for the Oval Office address. Matt, you should do some kind of small meetup in New York City. What, so you guys can make fun of me to my face instead of across the internet? You want to make all the mean comments directly to my face across the internet isn't good enough for you guys anymore? You're like, it just doesn't hit the same way. It doesn't hit the same way. We want to call you a dipshit to your face. Matt, are you trading Vanquish? I already locked in 2K there. That was enough. That was enough for you, boy. That was enough for you, boy. A little bit of a pop here in price, but not so much in options. Options are not buying this little mini bounce. But what do we have here? Okay, we did get some monetization. Some puts did get locked in on that level, which is why we're bouncing. Dude, why are they doing it so early? Don't they know that we're going all the way down here? Why are they locking in their profits now, ruining the game for the rest of us? Why can't they just grow up and understand that we're coming all the way? Why can't they grow up understanding we're coming all the way down to 5575? What are they doing taking profits here where it's guaranteed that we are going to 5575? 100% guaranteed, no chance, 0% chance that we don't hit 5575 today. It's a financial guarantee. As much as people say you can't guarantee anything in the market, no, I asked my cat. And my cat said, yep, we're doing it. Yeah, I do 0 DTs on Vanquish, which is probably why I blow out so many accounts. All right. Fresh low on the SPY, fresh low on the Qs. MSTR getting cracked. Come on. Ugh, 25. I thought this would pop to 30. Go to 30. Go to 30. Now, hold 25. Come on. MSTR. All right, I'm going to put on the reversion alert on MSTR. We just got those fresh lows. We're just kind of awkwardly watching this to see if we capitulate the way I thought we would. First target. Come on, keep falling. Really what we need to do is just keep watching options. Okay, puts are still being bought on the Mag 7 and people are selling their calls. This is the double doozy on the Mag 7. It's just getting smoked. With respect to the SPY, the Delta popped, but it's going flat now. And then the reason for the pop, I believe, was puts being closed out. Yeah, now those puts are flat. Oh, man, if these pussies just didn't cover their puts, we would still be selling. But no, they wanted to lock in their gains. What babies, dude. Honestly. What absolute babies. What paper-handed put players. Don't they know that my cat thinks we're dropping farther today? Did no one explain to them that my cat guaranteed we're dropping farther? What's the point of taking your money here when my cat, who is an expert trader, already guaranteed we're dropping? Already guaranteed we are dropping. The VIX is holding up pretty high. This thing starts pushing 27. We're going to have some fun times. This thing starts... someone's getting puts right now. Real time alert. Someone just smashed puts. Not for today, though. Ooh, it's happening. It's happening. It's happening. It's happening. It's happening. Send it. Send it, brother. I saw those puts. I see this put buyer. I see what's going on. Someone just smashed it. Smashed it. Smashed it. Smashed it. Let's run it again. Who is it? All right, in the last 15 minutes, what level are they playing? They dropped it. It's no longer 5670. There's actually a bigger note at 5680, but the note is 5650 now. And then past that, 5615, 5600. This is the past 15 minutes worth. What is this? 5650 is becoming the level. That's crazy, dude. That could be a fucking puke and a half. I mean, I'm still kind of watching this because we saw it was important today, but this level is actually disappearing and it's dropping even more. It's dropping all the way down to here. Jesus, dude. This is sitting up 25K. Part of me just wonders if I should lock this in. A nice way to go into the weekend, a 25K gain, especially after blowing out all my Apex accounts. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of always nice to lock in another 25K. Kind of nice. I also, this was alerted in the Discord this morning. I'm already up 33% on my MSTR puts. Ask anyone in the Discord. It was put in there pretty much right at market open. That one's already crushing it. So up 25K and up 2K. I wouldn't chase these now because they're already up so much. But that's a good reason why you should get your butt into the Discord. All right. We're basically just awkwardly waiting to see if this cracks or not. Awkwardly waiting. Overshot it. Found support at a random 5684. And now the market's trying to decide if it wants to pop or if it wants to snap. Just kind of range bound. I can't believe these pussies are getting out of their puts. Ruining the game for the rest of us. It's actually, people are now buying calls too. That's a stupid move. Buying 0 DTE calls right now is such an idiotic move. It'd be one thing if we were doing it at a support level. We're not at a support level. Like, I understand that play at 5,700. I understand it at 5,670. I understand it a lot at 5,680. But to arbitrarily be doing it in the 80s where there's no real option structure there, that's dumb. These players right here, I would be willing to bet are just dumb retail traders. That is a stupid, stupid move. But hey, I'm not their mom. I'm not in control of their trading account, so they could do whatever they want. I mean, if you're going to do that, if you're trying to catch a falling knife, you do it at support. You don't do it when support got cracked. That's just stupid. And that's coming from a guy who just, trust me, I did a speed run of stupid things yesterday. I am well informed about doing dumb things. And I'm telling you, that call buying right there that we've been seeing, this little push, that is fucking dumb. If you do it at 5,700. You do it at 5,670. You do it at 5,650. You have to do it where there's actual option support, where the market makers are going to help you. And because right now, market makers, I'll double check just to make sure. Yeah, you're still in negative gamma. And actually, the support is getting moved down to 5,660. So the natural delta decay throughout the day is going to be against you, and you're in negative gamma, as in you're buying calls when market makers are actively shorting whenever we go down. Like, I wouldn't do it. That's silly. It's silly. Is Trump's still not talking? Dude, this is just turning into one mega stream, isn't it? All right. Well, I'll mark out the intraday low. I have a little bit of a reversion. We're watching a bit of the trend line. I'm going to get rid of that trend line, just clean up the chart a little bit. The big breakdown on MSTR is, I believe, 72. You might want to watch that. 70 here. Actually, we could get rid of this because it looks horrible. And I could just set an alert right at 72. Add alert. 72. Q's fresh low of the day. All right. I'm setting an alert on MSTR for like a legit breakdown. Watch the VIX as well. The VIX is really picking up right here. If we start pushing that 26, 27 level, that's where things are going to get a bit frosty. 26K. It'd be cool. It'd be cool to lock in 50K on this trade. That'd make me feel a lot better. 50K of real money versus losing the potential of 700 to 800K of fake money. I feel like there's a good ratio between that fake money and that real money. So looking for this to continue to grow and grow and grow. And obviously I'm just playing these key levels as I've been literally feeding you guys today. If you listened to me today, you'd be up thousands and thousands of dollars. And I just did that all for free. I mean, I'm reading this market like a goddamn book. And not even one of those tough books with a lot of words. I'm talking one of those books where there's more paintings and like cool graphics than anything else. To be clear here, my confidence of 5670 is dropping, and actually I'm getting increased confidence for 5650 all the way down here. I'm going to be watching this level because seemingly half an hour ago, a lot of people were playing it. So there still might be a bit of a reaction, but I just want to let you know that now more people are playing 5650. So it's actually dropping where I think support might come in, but just because we saw so much action there already, I'm still going to be watching it. We're right at 5680, which is spot gamma's implied one-day move low. Right here, spot gamma implied one-day move low, 5681. What are we missing? Dude, let's get some Tendies and Tunes popping. Let's listen to some good trading music. Tendies and Tunes. Let's get something going on in the background. What do we have? Tabitha Core's Daddy Pal. Dude. That girl looks kind of hot, if you ask me. Also looks like a Hitler thing.
The stock market's raging, and the traders all shout. There's one man we're watching, his moves full of clout. fortunes disappear in the wind. Wall Street's a jungle, lions on the prowl. But the king of
Oh,
the
someone just got a lot of
jungle
puts.
is old Daddy Powell.
Wow, they nuked it.
Old Daddy Powell, old Daddy Powell, every single time. It's like a fucking roller coaster ride. It's gonna be a crazy week, so hold on tight. Old Daddy Powell, don't bring me down. The numbers are flying, red ink and green. For some it's a nightmare, for others a dream. Legions are crying, theories disavow. All bending the knee to mighty Daddy Powell. Oh, Daddy Powell,
Fresh low.
Daddy Powell.
Fresh low on the SPY, fresh low on the Qs. Almost at 30K.
It's gonna be a crazy week, so hold on
Come on.
tight. Oh, Daddy Powell.
I need this.
Don't bring me down. The bulls and the bears are locked in a fight. Who knows if we'll feast or starve come the night? With a glance at the screen, I let out a howl when I see little motherfucker, old Daddy Powell. Oh, Daddy Powell, oh, Daddy Powell, every single time. It's like a fucking roller coaster ride. It's gonna be a crazy week, so hold on tight. Oh, Daddy Powell, don't bring me down.
Here we go. First test. I care more about this second test now. All the options level are telling me sub 5660, 5650. Like, this is the neutral delta pressure. 5650 is the big open interest level. It's the big open interest change. It's the big volume. We just have a lot going on. Yeah, 5650. 60. Okay. Expected move is still 54 points from here. 31K and counting. Count. That's not bad. 31K and 3K. 35K, 34K thus far. Just getting walked down. MSTR is getting cracked. VIX is picking up. All right, let's see if the buyers actually step in here. I'm curious how they're going to react. I mean, we kind of got there. It got to 73. Mag 7 still looking pretty weak. SPX Delta Flow still looks very weak. It's getting cracked in real time. This is going to go. Trump still isn't talking. He's already late to his one of 3 talks today. Remember, you can get into the Discord for free. Use that code Goonie. If you're wondering why you should get into the Discord, well, these were called out in real time in the Discord. Up 33K. And then this one was actually called out this morning, up 46%, up 3.7. Ask anyone in the Discord. They were called out in real time. Like, does this Discord pay for itself? Well, yeah, when their first month is free, of course it pays for itself because it's not hard to pay for $0. Pinned to the top of chat in the description of the video. When you do sign up, use that code Goonie because that's how you become a supporter for free. And then you're going to see a giant Discord button right there on locals.com, or you come to this pinned message and you're going to find the link. So just that's how you get into the Discord after you're a supporter on Locals. Oh, a little bit of a pop. Bearish, bearish, bearish. All right, we don't need this stuff. That's pretty evidently bearish, I would say. Dude, Mag 7 is just getting ravaged right now. Hang on, a little bit of a little change here. Some 0DT puts are being locked in, but more so we're seeing some 0DT calls. Who the fuck are buying 0DT calls? People buying calls right now just don't understand volatility. Because if they're right, think about this. If they're right and the market pops, that means that vol is going to drop. If vol drops, your premium loses value anyway. It's just, that's such a weak play. It's such an incredibly weak play right now to do that. It's one thing if you want to sell puts. I get that. It's another thing if you want to do a call debit spread. I suppose there's somewhat of an argument for at the money or in the money calls and you're just looking to gain the intrinsic value. But buying calls here is such a stupid fucking idea. First of all, because we're not at support. Like, just so that's dumb. But even if we were at support and just to buy like deep out of the money calls or just even out of the money calls, if they are right and price does bounce, if price bounces, VIX is going to drop. If the VIX drops, you're going to be losing value anyway. You lose just extrinsic value. I just don't get what they're doing. I think these players right here are retail traders who don't know what they're doing. Or it's part of a call debit spread. And in reality, it's probably mixed between the two. If it's a call debit spread, I understand it a lot more. That's fine. But to just be doing straight up calls, that's stupid. Oh no, I'm not at 30 anymore. It's knocked down to 29. 27. Whoa, what was that? What was that? Has anyone actually started talking yet? I'm still waiting. Apparently, Trump was going to have an Oval Office thing at 11 a.m. So he is 47 minutes late to that. And we know Jerome Powell is speaking at 12:30, which is in 45 minutes. So we're 45 minutes late on the first Trump speech of the day. And now we're 45 minutes early on Powell's only speech of the day. We're all just kind of awkwardly waiting. And we're all just kind of paying attention to the options flow, making fun of the people who seemingly don't know what the hell they're doing. That was a clear pop, though. Clear pop. Clear pop right there at 46. And we're back to getting faded. And we're back to getting faded. All right. Well, I'll put this up. Watch the VIX for getting above and just like ripping above 27. I put the 10-minute chart up there. Same thing with the SPY and the Qs, just so you could see like the full trend of the day. And then I threw up the 1 minute on SPX just so you could see some of that short-term stuff. Remember, the level I'm really watching, like the major downside target I have of the day, like if this were to puke, is all from Captain Condor and this the put credit side of the Iron Condor at 56.50. There's a lot of open interest there. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of gamma there. This is like a natural gamma target zone. Like you could just see how much gamma there is. Now, if it breaks, that's where things get crazy. But I don't know if it's going to break or not. It depends on how this player decides to react to it. So just kind of watching that right there, the 56.50. That is really where I'd get excited. We're potentially cracking 70. Am I back? Oh, I'm back up to 32,000. Dude, how sick would it be if I could make a 50K trade today? I'd be going from so fucking sad and depressed yesterday to fucking so stoked. Come on, let's get that 50K day. Let's get that 50K day. Matt, devil's advocate, what's the possible bull case if this is the bottom? Well, it's the same thing as always. It's just these reversionary levels that I have. Like, it's still level to level. it would be back up to 5,700. If we bounce here, like if the bulls actually step in, I think there's a real shot all the way. Like I always just play level to level. So it's just like we get to one level and inherently the upside target is the level you just cracked. And it's just, I always watch the closest upside level and the closest downside level. So the bull case bounce on the intraday is 5,700 followed by 5,712. The breakdown, we're at a level right now. The breakdown is 5,650. That like I'm always just watching the bull case level and the bear case level. There is no current bull case. That's not true. If you think there's no bull case or no bear case at some moment in time, that's where you're like opening yourself up to get caught. Because if you're so confident in one side and you can't see the other side's play, that's where like you get into big mistakes like I did yesterday, where you're just like so hell-bent on one thing being right. When you get into that zone, that mentality that you have to be right, that's where it gets really dangerous. So I think a good test for you in your positions is that's a good thought process is like, what is the other side thinking right now? Like, what are the bulls thinking? If I were to be a bull right now, I would say, okay, if there is a bounce at 56.70. Okay, if we find support there, I might be interested in going long above 56.82 to play it up to 5,700. If I was forced to be a bull, that's what I would be thinking right now. And I would want to see that occurring with puts being closed out. That's what I'd be looking for. So, okay, if I start to see that play out in real time, it might make me get out of my puts, my current puts. I think it's a really good thought process to ask yourself, what is the other side thinking right now? And what is the other side looking for right now? So the other side, as in the bulls right now on a 0 DT basis, they're in a lot of pain. We just hit an intraday low. The options market is getting completely cooked. So I know they're under pressure and they might be looking at the major support of 56.70 and the absolutely major support of 56.50. So if I was a bull saying, okay, like I hope the bleeding stops, it would be at one of those two levels. Now for the bulls who have no position but are looking for a bullish position, that's what I'd be doing. If I had to do a bullish trade in this scenario, that's what I'd be looking for. A push and a recapture of 5682, a bounce off of this key level, and puts being closed out in the options market. If that's not happening, if I don't see that coming to fruition, okay, like that allows me to hold my current position that I still have. So I think in real time, especially when things are a little bit slower moving like they are right now, that's the perfect time to do it. The perfect time to do it is to just say, okay, yeah, just wait and wait and wait. So for right now, I see people telling me to take my profit. Arbitrarily taking profit just because you're up is not a good idea. If you are always taking on your full-size losers, but are not going for your full-size winners, you're going to be a net losing trader. Remember, like generally people have that issue of holding on to losers too long. The only way to possibly like balance the scale out is to hold on to your winners as well. Like you need something to be balancing it out. So like I find this all the time in the world of retail trading, all the time, is people hold on to the losers way too long. And as soon as they see a little bit of green, they lock in their winners. And that is a perfect recipe to lose. It is an absolutely perfect recipe to lose. The recipe to win is to ideally do the opposite. Cut your losers quickly and hold your winners as long as you possibly can. And when I say as long as you possibly can, be reasonable about the levels. Okay, it looks like this level is cracking. I know this level is more important. We've already been doing a full-fledged options breakdown of why this is the likely level. And fuck yeah, I'm going to ride it. Dude, like if in the event I could ride this all the way down here, this will be a 50K trade. It's going to be a 50K trade if I'm right of my analysis on the market. And if I'm wrong and I see a little bit of strength, okay, it might bounce back to 25K. So it's still green. I'm in this game for like my downside protection. That's like the thing I'll be aggressive about, is if things go against me, okay, where do you just admit you're wrong? Other than that, if you're not really getting pressed, yeah, see how far it can run, because you never know when you're going to catch that white whale, giant 2-3% move in the market where it pays. Like I'm in this game in terms of like those asymmetric wins where one win can pay for like 10 losses. That's how I trade. I'm not saying it's appropriate for everyone, but that's how I do it. I'd rather take a small paper cup, and then on the 5th trade, the 10th trade, have that absolutely massive winner. But that system and that methodology doesn't work if like the time that you are green, you just get out way too early, because then you don't have the trend following trade. You're not in it for the big win. So basically you have a lot of small losses and maybe like one medium-sized win, and then you're done, and you're like, your account's like never going to be green. The only reason I disagree with all the news events that's happening today, yeah, but that's in 30 minutes. That's not right now. And why do you think that the news event's going to be bullish? It could be horrifically bearish. It's a 50-50 odds. So like a 50-50 situation when I'm greatly up, it'd be one thing if I was break even and I was like, I don't want to take the odds of it. But if it happens to be bullish, I'll be able to get out with the trade still being green. But I mean, I suppose it depends on where you are and how your position looks, obviously. But if I were break even going into a 50-50 situation, yeah, probably not going to take those odds. But I'm already greatly green and 50% chance it favors me and I get even more green. And if I'm wrong, I'll get out and still have some money. But it does look like a little bit of support's being found here. That's exactly why we had this level laid out. I'm wondering how much of a reaction we're going to have, because at one point today, we saw a lot of people playing that level, and then more people started playing the 5650s. Let me go to the 5 second here. What do we have? This is for the Mag 7. The Mag 7 is still just looking horrific. I mean, this is just absolute bloodbath in the options market. With respect to the SPY, Delta popping a little bit right here. I saw some volume right here at 1154, and it's actually picking up a bit. What do we actually have, though? Okay, people are still trying to buy calls, but these puts are pretty constant. So people actually, this is the first time on the day on the Puke, we're not seeing puts being closed out like before. You have a pretty persistent amount of calls being purchased ever since 1142. I don't understand that play. I mean, I get it, and I kind of get it. I think it's a weak play. Like, I kind of gave you the scenario. But remember, when I said if we get above and hold above 82 on puts being closed out, puts are not being closed out, folks. Puts are actually very, very constant. There's a little pop right there, but I don't know. There's been clear call buying, zero DTE call purchasing, adding some positive gamma to the system. I don't see. Oh, Trump's live? Okay, so now this might get interesting. Wait, I don't see him live. Did you guys just trick me? I'm reloading. Reloading. I'm not. Is anyone else actually seeing Trump live? Because I'm still seeing a pending thing and I just keep reloading here. Dylan, where are you seeing Trump live? Nah, he could say war is over and it'll skyrocket everything. He could also say that the war is getting worse and drop everything. What kind of logic is that? No, they are saying 3 p.m. No, that's one of his talks today. He's scheduled for 3 different talks. Oval Office, I think another Oval Office, and then a crypto summit one. Oh, wait. Oh, I did find it. He's live on something.
Manufacturing
Here we go.
collapse, but we've begun to rapidly reverse it and get major gains. We created 10,000 manufacturing jobs in February alone. That hasn't happened in a long time. And these aren't government jobs, which actually we cut. These are private sector manufacturing jobs. So we gained all of those jobs, 10,000 jobs, and we barely started yet. That's a very unusual number. People are surprised by it. I'm even a little surprised. On auto jobs, we created almost 9,000 new jobs in the auto production field. And the reason for that is largely they think things are happening, so they're already geared up. In some cases, they had rooms in their plants, or they had empty plants that they were able to put into use quickly because they see because of the tariffs, they don't want to be dealing with other places, and they don't want to go back and forth and around and through the borders and across Mexico border and Canada border and all that. They want to have the jobs in one location. And they've had space, and if they had space, they were able to create the jobs almost immediately. In some cases, they'll be building plants to take care of those jobs. So we created 9,000 new jobs already. in the auto production.
Call
auto
purchasing
parts
is now flat.
manufacturing.
I'm watching the
So
options
we
flow
want
as he
auto parts,
talks.
Ideally, and I think
The
from
call
a
purchasing isn't
simplicity
dropping, but
standpoint,
it
too, to
did
be
go
built
flat. And the
made
puts
in
have
the
been
United
flat this
States.
entire time.
It's in a single month. That all took place in a single month. 9,000 new auto jobs. You haven't heard that in a long time. After auto workers lost more than 27,000 auto jobs in the final year of Biden. These are also high-paying jobs. These are very prime jobs. The ISM Manufacturing Survey and the S&P Manufacturing Survey have also confirmed that our administration is presiding over a brand new domestic manufacturing boom after major collapse under Biden. It was a collapse. All he did is keep adding new government jobs, which are not the jobs you want. We're trying to shrink government and grow the private sector. That's what we've been doing. Under the final 2 years of Biden, 1 in every 4
Little
jobs
call
created
pop.
in America was a government job. That's a tremendous percentage. But under the first full month of President Trump, which we haven't even gotten started yet, an incredible 93% of all job gains were in the private sector. So that statistic just came out. Big gains for native-born
We're at that 82 level I was telling you about.
For the first time in 15 months, the job gains
Right here,
for
we just took it out.
native-born Americans, for American people, people born in America, exceeded job gains for migrant and foreign-born workers. This is the first time that's happened in more than 15 months. Employment for native-born workers went up by 284,000, while foreign-born workers went down by 87,000. Now, you've heard the same stat where foreign workers were taking up all the jobs or almost all the jobs. In some cases,
Calls
literally
going
all
up.
of the
Puts are
jobs.
still flat though.
And
We're
now
not
it's,
seeing puts getting closed out on this.
284,000.
I don't think it's a real
native-born
pump.
jobs here, people born
Think
in
it's
our
a fake
country,
out.
284,000, while foreign-born workers went down by 87,000. First time that's happened in a long time. So these are incredible numbers, and they're very early. I mean, we're here for 5
Damn
weeks,
pump.
but we have been talking about it since the big win in November 5th. So a lot of these people, they listen to us speak and they say, well, I'm going to gear up, and they're gearing up. And so they've been gearing up. They've had a little time. It's not just 5 weeks. It's 5 weeks plus a few months. And they put it into effect pretty quickly. They have confidence that what I'm saying is going to happen. So with that, I'd like to ask a highly respected gentleman, Kevin Hassett. He's been with us for a long time, and he's been right about a lot. We had the greatest economy in history in the first term, and Kevin was a big part of it. So Kevin, could you maybe give it a little description, please?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Trump. I think that the 3 things that you emphasized during the campaign is that you wanted to create domestic, high-paying manufacturing jobs, that you wanted to end wasteful government spending and reduce the unproductive government workers, and in fact unleash them into the private economy where they could be more productive, and to create jobs for Americans. A lot of people said that if you deported illegals, the employment would go down because no Americans would take those jobs. And if you look, 280,000 American-born folks were hired, manufacturing jobs are going up, and this is just out of the expectation of your future policies, really, sir. It's in April when your Reciprocal Trade Act is expected to happen. The tax cuts haven't passed yet. And so people are clearly expecting the golden age. And if you want to forecast the future numbers, everybody, just keep in mind that President Trump has already gotten us $1.7 trillion in commitments of new factories. And those haven't even happened yet. Those aren't even in the numbers. And so I expect this is going to be a glimpse of a golden age to come, sir.
Thank you very much.
Calls
one other
still
thing,
being purchased.
Canada,
Puts are
we
flat, though.
find that they're charging
Lots
us
of zero
over
DT calls
200%
being
for dairy
purchased.
products. You know about that.
Starting at
And when I
1144.
left, we had that well taken care of, but under Biden, they just kept raising it. Very difficult to deal with, the Canadian representatives. 250% for dairy products. Tariff. So where do you hear that? You don't hear that. They have a tremendously high tariff. Give you the exact numbers in a little while coming out on lumber. So they sell us lumber. They have a tremendous tariff. They make it impossible for us to sell lumber or dairy products into Canada, but our numbers are a tiny fraction of that, almost non-existent. And what we're doing is freeing up our forests from the environmental nonsense that they put on them, where you can't cut down a tree. And we have to cut down trees in order to build the firewalls. And those trees are sold. But we're
20-point
freeing it up
bounce
on
in
an emergency
SPX.
basis because Canada has been ripping us off for years on tariffs for lumber and for dairy products. 250%. Nobody ever talks about that. 250%.
VIX dropping
tariff,
below
which
26.
is taking advantage of our farmers. So that's not going to happen anymore.
pumped.
They'll be met with the exact same tariff unless they drop it, and that's what reciprocal means. And we may do it as early as today, or we'll wait till Monday or Tuesday. But that's what we're going to do. We're going to charge the same.
Might
thing.
do it as
It's not
early
fair.
as
Never has been
today?
fair.
How is the market
And
not
they've
puking?
treated our farmers badly. Look, our country's been ripped off by
What,
everybody.
dude?
That stops now.
What,
It
brother?
stopped in my first term.
We should be
And,
puking. Reciprocal
We
tariffs
really
potentially as
stopped it now.
early as today?
This has been very unfair.
Fucking
Our company,
what?
Our country, from an economic standpoint, a financial standpoint, and a trade standpoint, has been absolutely ripped off by almost every country.
People just bought puts on
in the
that.
world.
Call buying went
Canada,
flat.
Mexico, and then you just go right down the line. India charges us massive tariffs, massive. You can't even sell anything into India. It's almost restrictive. It is restrictive. You know, we do very little business inside. They've agreed, by the way, they want to cut their tariffs way down now because somebody's finally exposing them for what they've done. And same thing with China, same thing with a lot of other countries. And the EU has been a terrible abuser of this country. I mean, the EU was formulated in order to
I'm
take
telling you
advantage
this,
of the United
when these
States. So
calls
they have
start to
taken it.
lock
They're not
in, when the
taking
zero
advantage
DT
of
calls
our
lock in the
So
profits, hit the cash register,
sometimes you'll
we're
hear
going
some
right
negative
back
things.
down.
It's always from outside countries.
I'm calling it
America
out
will be
now.
very strong. And, you know, if I'm a foreign country, they're going to do fine. But they can't do like they used to do because we're going to bring back our business into this country. We need it from a job standpoint. We need it from even just a psychological standpoint. Think of it, 90,000 factories are gone since the beginning of NAFTA. So
VIX
we're not
picking
gonna have
back
that,
up.
and we're going to see them build it back. Now we've already had 5 major automobile
I
companies.
told you, when they start locking it
First
in,
time you've
that
heard this in a
positive
long
delta is
time,
going to
since
get
my
removed.
first
These
term,
puts
actually.
held the entire
We
time.
were really rocking.
The Bears
and
are
rolling,
strong.
and Biden came in and he
Bulls are
stopped
weak.
everything like such a stupid thing.
Right
to
back
do.
down.
Not even a believable thing. But we have many auto plants now coming in. We have big chip plants. We have the biggest chip company in the world, most powerful, probably one of the most powerful companies in the world. Wouldn't you say, Kevin? And he's coming in and they're building one of the largest chip plants in the world. That'll be
Chick
done
plants?
in Arizona, mostly in Arizona. And that'll give us a big percentage. That one plant will give us a big percentage of the chip market, something we have very little of. You know, we used to have Intel, and Intel was run by a man named Andy Grove. And Andy Grove was a tough, smart guy. I used to read about him when I was a young man, and he did an incredible job. He really dominated the chip business. And then he died, and I guess they had a series of people that didn't know what the hell they were doing, and we gradually lost the chip business, and now it's almost exclusively in Taiwan. They stole it from us. They took it from us, and I don't
Options are
blame
now
them. I
flat.
give them
Calls are
credit. I
flat.
blame the people
Puts are
that were
flat.
sitting in this seat because they allowed it to happen. We could have protected that so easily, but so we had the chip business, and now it's all in Taiwan, almost exclusive. A little bit in South Korea, but mostly in Taiwan. And it's very important. Everything you do, everything you touch is now about chips. The brake of a car, cars have chips all over the place. I was reading an article the other day where they talk about the brakes of a car are loaded up with chips. Who would think that a brake has a chip in it? But it's all about chips. So that was a big thing. And they'll be investing hundreds of billions of dollars in this country, and we'll be taking back a big, big portion of that industry. We have others coming in too. But a lot of car manufacturers are coming in, and they're coming in fast. And one of the reasons you see these numbers, and again, Kevin said it, and I said it a little bit, but the fact that they know I won the election, so after I was president-elect, they assumed that I was going to do what I said, because I do what I say. And so these numbers really reflect a lot of things that took place since November 5th. Right?
VIX
So,
is picking
Kevin,
back
thank you
up.
very
I
much.
think
Great
we're going
job.
right back
Any
down.
questions?
Mr. President, how concerned are you that the that large-scale federal government layoffs will weaken the labor market. How concerned are you?
The
about
large-scale fentanyl what?
that? The federal government layoffs will impact the labor market, will weaken the labor market.
Oh. No, I think the labor market's going to be fantastic, but it's going to have high-paying manufacturing jobs as opposed to government jobs. We had too many people in government. You can't just do that. We had many too many. This is for 40 years. You know, this isn't
Delta
just
dropping.
Now. It's built up and got worse and
More
worse. And they
zero
just hire
DD
more and
puts
more
are being
people.
purchased, calls are
You
flat.
look at Department of Education, it seems like so many buildings I ride by, it says Department of Education. They're all over the place. And we don't even want it. We want the education to be given by
Watch
the states. It'll be much
5666,
better.
the
It'll
mark of the
move us
devil.
To the top of the list from the bottom of the list. And actually save us money. But not, it's too important to even talk about them. It'll save us a lot of money, but we don't want
VIX
that.
is
we
high.
want education to be given. So you go to Iowa and Indiana and Idaho and all these places that are so well run. They're going to be producing education that will be the equivalent of, like Denmark is one, Norway, Sweden. Actually, China is one of the better in terms of education, and so we can't blame size anymore. You know, China has 1.4 billion people, but they're very high on their list. The one thing we're doing well on, we're number one on the list, is cost per pupil. We spend more money than any other country in the world by far. So I jokingly say the one thing we do well on is the cost. We spend more money, and yet we're toward the bottom of the list. Yeah.
Mr. President, I want to ask you, the joint address, millions of Americans watched your joint address earlier this week where you warned that there could be a little disturbance that Americans could feel as a function of these taxes, these tariffs. How much disturbance are you willing to accept in the near term as a function of that? And to set expectations, how long should Americans expect things to cost a bit more?
Well, so far, Peter, there hasn't been very much because these numbers are coming.
Mag
We're
7,
here for
actually,
just a
those
little
calls
over
are
4
holding
weeks.
on the Mag
And,
7.
these are fantastic numbers. I was watching some of the reports this morning. They were surprised. There could be some disturbance, a little bit of disturbance. I solved.
We're flattening
a little
out
bit
here
of
on the
that
calls.
because I have respect for our auto
Trying to
companies,
decide
and
if we want to
I
vomit
gave
or
them
not.
A little bit of a 1 month reprieve because it was unfair. Although I'm sure they'll take advantage of it. I see they're driving a lot of cars into the U.S. to try and avoid the tariffs, and they're taking advantage of it a little bit. But they called me, they asked me, they said, could they have a little bit of help? And I decided, they're American companies, USMCA, and I let them have that. But this really kicks
VIX
in
is at the high of the day.
reciprocals, kicks in on.
We're going,
let's
dude.
see, I guess the second. And I wanted it to be the first.
We're
so bad.
going,
I just
dude.
didn't want to be on April Fool's Day, so I made it the second. That's going to cost.
I'm telling
a
you,
lot of money. That one day is
5650,
gonna
that's the
cost
key
a lot
level.
of
If this
money, but
pukes,
that's
we have a
okay.
20-point move, $2 in
But
the
I
SPY.
don't see it. I don't see anything.
I don't know
see
if it
good
will or it
reports.
won't, but
I
I'm
think-
just telling you, if we
I think
do
we're gonna have
crack,
good numbers
that's
in
the
beginning.
level.
Now, globalists won't love this because this brings jobs back
Little
to
bit
America.
of
So if they're coming back to America,
players
maybe
coming
you'll
in at the
lose
low.
some in other parts of the world. But the other parts of the world have done
Mag
very
7
well,
dropping
and
a
they'll
little bit
continue
after
to do
that
very
pop.
well. But I think the United States is going to be doing record business. We'll
Yeah,
bring
this
a lot
is-
of those
this is getting
90,000
clocked.
factories that have been lost over the last
Calls
number
are
of
being
years.
sold.
It's been,
Puts are still being
it's hard
purchased.
To believe. 90,000. Think of what 90,000 is. 90,000 plants and factories are gone. We're going to bring back many of those plants and factories.
One day the tariffs are on, the next day they're off. Right now the markets is
Okay, I have alerts set for intraday lows, but the VIX is
Are
going.
you done going forward with the pauses and the carve outs? Is that it for those?
There'll always be changes and adjustments, and you can't just. I could have, for instance, told the American car companies, "No, I'm not going to give you anything," and then you wouldn't have had to say, "Well, they're getting a little extra." It's just a little bit of a 1 month reprieve. They're very happy about what's happening. They won't have to go across borders, and you see the zigzagging. You have a fender made in Canada, you have something else made in Mexico. We don't want that. We want it made here.
36K and climbing.
There'll always be some modifications. I mean, if you have a wall in front of you, sometimes you have to go around the wall instead of through it. But I think very little.
59%
I
in
think
climbing.
very little. On occasion, if we can do something, we want to help companies. We want to help companies create jobs. So I could have left that, and you wouldn't have had a minor change. Instead, I was asked by the real majors, the big majors, if they could do this, and I said, yeah, I'll do it. I want you to produce a lot of jobs. And numerous of the people, actually all of the people I spoke to have already been, they're very much on the way to already doing it. That's why you have
Mag
auto
7
jobs
flat.
increase. And the man, I don't know him, Sean Fain, I don't know him, and I did great, as you know, with the auto workers, with the Teamsters.
Longer
with the
duration
unions.
puts
I did
are being closed
fantastic.
out a
One of
little
the best
bit.
numbers ever by a Republican.
Nasdaq's getting hit.
And I have a lot of respect
Buying
for those
puts,
people,
selling
but
calls, that's for the
Sean Fain,
Nasdaq.
who I don't know, but wasn't a supporter, although the auto workers were big supporters.
This pop right here,
I
longer
watched
duration
him
puts
last
being
night, and he
closed.
said Donald Trump
Not
is
real bullishness,
absolutely
lack
right
of bearishness.
on tariffs. He said what he's doing on tariffs is an incredible thing, and it's about time somebody had the guts to do it, because we're going to save auto manufacturing. And I
VIX
said to people when I was
smacked at
campaigning,
2650.
You're going to have so many auto jobs, you're not going to believe what's going to happen. We're going to load up Michigan. I won the state of Michigan, as you know. And part of the reason I won it was I got a lot of auto workers that voted for me, Detroit, etc. But I think people are going to be very surprised. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. You mentioned in your remarks chips manufacturing, how a significant percentage is now in Taiwan. You also mentioned it in your address to Congress, and you called on Congress to overturn the CHIPS Act, which had bipartisan support in the last Congress. Why
Watch
would
for
you
the snap of
like
this
to
trend
see
line
this
on
overturn,
SPX.
Mr. President?
Because it's hundreds of
1153 low
billions of
to
dollars, and it's just a waste of money.
1211 low.
Now,
Watch
some
the
people
snap of
have
that
already
trend
taken
line.
the money and used it.
So
Actually, it's
if
very
that
hard to
snaps
qualify
here.
because they go by race, they go by gender, they go by all sorts of things. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. You won't be able to find those people. So I don't even think anybody
I
can
think the snap
qualify.
of this trend line
They have so many
leads to a
different
Puke to
categories in order to
5650
qualify.
today. That
You have
is
to
the
have so many
scenario
certain
I'm looking to
race, a
play
certain
out.
gender,
Snapping
certain
this
this,
trend
certain-
line,
And
5650.
I don't think they can qualify, but if they take the money, they better qualify because they'll be watching them. But it's a tremendous waste of money. I didn't give the greatest chip company in the world, one of the greatest companies, I didn't give them 10 cents. They came here because of tariffs, because they didn't want to pay the tariffs. And they also came here because they like the results of the election, because they know that I'm very pro-business and pro-jobs. I mean, I'm pro-business, not for business sake. I'm pro-business because of jobs, because business is producing the jobs. Okay?
On Russia, if I may, President Putin is bombing Ukraine.
Yeah.
Do you still believe him when he tells you that he wants peace?
You know, I believe him. I believe him. I think we're doing very well with Russia. But right now they're bombing the hell out of Ukraine, and Ukraine. I'm finding it more difficult, frankly, to deal with Ukraine. And they don't have the cards. They don't have the cards. As you know, we're meeting in Saudi Arabia on sometime next week, early. And we're talking, I find that in terms of getting a final settlement, it may be easier dealing with Russia, which is surprising because they have all the cards. I mean, they're bombing the hell out of them right now. And I put a statement in, a very strong statement. Can't do that. Can't do that.
Mr. President.
We're trying to help them. And Ukraine has to get on the ball and get a job done. Michael, could you come up here? I see Michael back there. Good, I'm glad. He's traveling all over the world. I just saw
Is
him
this
come in
Michael
the door.
Ellis?
Could you give a little
Nope.
definition of what's going on, please?
Sure. Well, the president has been
Definition of what's going on, please.
Sure. Well, the president has been crystal clear, and he's been clear to all sides. The fighting has to stop. Both sides need to get to the table. We had a good engagement. Both leaders have said only President Trump could do so, and only he has been able to do so. We had an initial engagement with the Russians.
I'm telling you,
The
watch this
Ukrainians
trend
had a
line,
great,
folks.
opportunity to bind our economies together through that mineral deal. Unfortunately, that didn't go so well, but we think we're going to get things back on track. Secretary Rubio, myself, and the Ukrainian delegation will be meeting in Saudi Arabia next week to get these talks back on track, get a ceasefire in place, and drive peace home under President
We're
Trump's
right at the thumb line, or
I
the
think both
right here. We're right at it.
parties
Watch
wanna
the
settle.
VIX.
I
Look
think
for
if I
a
wasn't
random puke.
president, this war would have had no chance of settlement, zero chance. But I think we're going to get it settled and stopped. We got to stop. They're losing on average 2,000 soldiers a week. That's a lot of soldiers.
We're right at it. Will we break?
I agree. Do you, Mr. President, think that Vladimir Putin is taking advantage of the U.S. pause right now?
If you take
on
advantage of
intelligence
this, it's
and
very
military
easy.
aid to Ukraine?
Your risk is
No, I actually
5,680.
think he's
Your target
doing
is
what anybody else would
5,650.
do. I
You're
think
risking
he's,
10 to gain 20. It's a 2-to-1
he
risk
wants
to
to get him
reward.
stopped
You're
and
trading
settled,
with
and I think
trend.
he's hitting him harder than-
that's a
than he's
solid
been
setup.
hitting him.
Will it work on this
And I think
particular
probably
play?
anybody in that
I don't know.
position would be
I
doing
feel
that.
good about it, but I don't
He
know.
wants to get it ended,
But if
and
you look for those types of
I
plays
think
time and
Ukraine
time
wants to
again,
get
that's
it
how you
ended,
become
but
a
I don't
profitable
see-
trader.
It's crazy. They're taking tremendous punishment. I don't quite get it, but I suspect, Michael, he probably wants to get it ended.
He does, Mr. President. The Russians are taking incredible losses on the front. As the president
VIX.
has
They both
said,
are.
this is a meat
Almost
grinder
intraday high.
of people, of material, of national treasure, and no one else has any solutions except to let this war continue forever. But I'll add, the president has had multiple conversations and a visit from President Macron of France, Prime Minister Starmer of the
Macron.
United Kingdom. We have the NATO Secretary General coming next week. We have this meeting with the Ukrainians. We've had it with the Russians. All of this in the president's first month in his leadership. We will engage in the shuttle diplomacy, and we will continue to use his leadership and what leverage we have to get both sides of the peace table. It's not going to be easy, but President Trump.
This war
is
should have
absolutely-
never happened. It would have never happened if I were president, but it did happen. So a lot of other things shouldn't have happened too. We shouldn't have 21 million people pouring into our country through open borders, many of whom are criminals, very bad criminals, including murderers, thousands of murderers. Many killed, far more than one person, and they're roaming our streets. But Tom Holman and Kristi Noem are doing an incredible job, and we're getting them out of here. And we'll get them out. We'll get them all out.
Right at that
But
trend line.
All these things shouldn't have happened. We shouldn't have
VIX is
inflation.
holding,
We
though.
shouldn't have had this horrible inflation where the prices have gone up. Look at eggs. So we're doing a good job. We're doing a good
Mr.
job.
President, in regards to the pause on military assistance to Ukraine, you put out on your social media post today that Russia is pounding Ukraine.
That's right.
Why not provide Ukraine with air defenses? And what happens, Mr. President, when Ukraine runs out of
Well,
the
because
Patriot missile
yeah,
batteries?
good question. Because I have to know that they want to settle. I don't know that they want to settle. If they don't want to settle, we're out of there because we want them to settle. And I'm doing it to stop death, more important than anything else. Secondarily, way down the line is the money. So we're in for $350 billion, and Europe is in for $100 billion. They should be in for the same or more than us. And, you know,
Still
I
at that
watched
trend line.
over the last week or so what's going on
VIX
in
is
Europe.
picking up, which
This
makes
thing
me
could
think
end
it
up
is
in
going to
World War
snap.
III if we don't
But
get it
let's see.
settled. This could really end up in a World War III. We got to get it settled.
So on Iran, how confident are you that the Iranians will negotiate with you? And is Israel on board with this outrage?
Yeah, I saw the hostages the other day. They came in, people that were not young and some older, much older. And they gave, it was hard for them to do it actually. They gave statements as to what happened. I was asking, what happened? How was it? I said, did you see anybody in there that was kind, like out of the hundreds of people that you were seeing, Hamas? Did some of them wink at you and say, don't worry, you're going to be okay, or give you a piece of bread, or no? I said, were there any people that were like kind? I was shocked. The answer was nobody. There was nobody. Just the opposite. They'd be slapped and punched. One man broke his ribs. He couldn't breathe for a month.
The call purchasing is coming back.
It was brutal.
Since
I was so surprised.
12/18,
Could you
some
think there'd
calls
be a
are
couple
being
of
bought.
people
Puts
that
are
would
still
be
flat.
kind, that would say, you're going to be okay. But they had none of that.
Mag 7 is just
Pretty
flat.
amazing. Brian?
Thank you, Mr. President.
He's a kind person.
Well, according to
Although not to Zelensky, he wasn't.
Well, you know what, that's another
But to Trump, he's
conversation.
been good.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Brian.
Nice tie, by the way.
Thank you.
We,
Thank you. I like yours too.
Two questions. One on peace. Why don't you think any other European countries are offering a peace deal? It seems like no one's.
We
come
never
to the
really
table for a
snapped
peace
that
deal.
trend line.
You.
We almost did, but the call buyer
It's
stepped in right there.
Very good question. Sometimes questions aren't answerable. They're in a very unusual position. They don't know how to end the war. I think I do know how to end the war. Despite the Russia hoax, I've always had a good relationship with Putin. And, you know, he wants to end the war. He wants to end it. And I think he's going to be more generous than he has to be. and that's pretty good. That means a lot of good things, because frankly, you could have made a great deal if this war never started. You could have made a great deal. I don't know that anything would have had to be given up. This was not a war that was going to start, Brian. And it didn't start. For 4 years, somebody said, well, how do we know that? Well, for 4 years, it didn't start. I used to speak to Vladimir about it. I used to speak to him about it at length. It was the apple of his eye, but there was no way he was going in. And he knew, there were going to be consequences. But it did start. I mean, think of what happened. Inflation, you have the war with Ukraine and Russia, that wouldn't have happened. October 7th would have never happened. Israel, they had no money. Iran had no money. Iran was stone cold broke, and now they have a lot of money. And that's going to be the next thing you'll be talking about is Iran. What's going to happen with Iran? And there'll be some interesting days ahead. That's all I can tell you. We're down to final strokes with Iran. That's going to be an interesting time. And we'll see what happens. But we're down to the final moments. We're at final moments. You can't let them have a nuclear weapon. I think that I would have had a deal within 1 month after the rigged election of 2020. They were all set to make a deal. And then when I lost, they saw this person who's a stupid person, very stupid person. And they said, let's not make a deal. And they were right. He took the sanctions off. They became rich under Biden. They went from having no money to having $300 billion. All in a short period.
Just so you guys know, Jerome Powell is set to speak in 5 minutes. So we have Trump speaking, Powell speaking, and then Trump speaking again. And then again.
It's going to be a big thing. It's an interesting time in the history of the world. But we have a situation with Iran that something's going to happen very soon. Very, very soon. You'll be talking about that pretty soon, I guess. And hopefully we can have a peace deal. I'm not speaking out of strength or weakness. I'm just saying I'd rather see a peace deal than
a little bit of an uptrend on the Mag 7.
Mr. President, your allies are calling on you to pardon Derek Chauvin. Are you considering pardoning Derek Chauvin?
No, I haven't even heard about it. No.
Mr. President, on
kind of flat though.
In the first term, you may recall, I broke the news that you were nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. And the reason for that was the work that you led on the Abraham Accords. I spoke yesterday with the member of parliament, the Norwegian parliament, that nominated you. And he said what the Nobel Committee is looking for from you, Mr. President, is security guarantees for Ukraine. Is that a possibility, Mr. President?
So,
4, 5,
before
6,
I
7.
even think about that, I want to
Straight
settle the war.
7 minutes of popping.
Because if I'm not here, nobody's going to settle it. And President Macron has said that, and everybody said that. The prime ministers and presidents. We're pushing very hard. That's all I'm thinking about now. As far as the question about security later, that's the easy part. The hard part is getting it settled. We got to get them. We're losing 2,000 human beings every week. More than that, actually. 2,000 nice, young, although they're getting older because they're drafting much older now. In the case of one country, much older.
Find some
Because a lot of the
puts
young
right
people have been
here.
Killed. It's very sad, and I'd like to see if I could stop that. And I'd like to also see if we could stop making these massive payments from the United States. I mean, Biden gave away money like it was water, with no anything, got nothing for it. Europe did it in the form of a loan. They get their money back, we don't. So that's how we came up with
VIX
the
is
rare
still holding
earth
at 26 though.
But we started, behind the 8 ball. He could have gone to Europe. He could have said, "Come on, you got to put up money with us. You got to put up money with us." But he never did that. They just kept handing money out because he was grossly incompetent. All right, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Trump is wrapping up his first talk of the day. There is another talk, and now that's in perfect time for Powell to start talking. So Powell is scheduled to go live in 90 seconds. So heading into this, we're just we've been, I don't know, just sideways grinding. you could kind of argue since like 11:30, like we were drifting down, we popped up, but we're within that range, the 11:50 low and the 12 p.m. high. So we've been in that range since 11:30ish. So we really haven't been trending. The VIX is high, coming back a little bit over the last 10 minutes. I called out that trend line to you. We almost broke it, and then you could see actually buyers stepped right in at the trend line, and we got about 7 minutes worth of a pop. Right now, the Mag 7's trending up a little bit since 11:54. Nothing too crazy. Obviously, the overall trend's down, but clearly you could see a bottom there. And then on the S&P 500, we've been doing nothing over the past like 10 minutes, like just waiting. So some calls are been purchased, some puts are being purchased. It seems like there's quite the battle going on, and we just have to wait to see how the market reacts. So let's see what Powell has for us. Kind of watching maybe you could see it a little bit better here. We've just been in this range since 11:25, 11:26. So we sold off, we bounced, we sold off, we bounced. Let's see. Do we actually push, or are we just going to puke? I still really like this trend line break trade of an idea. If it happens, we haven't seen the trend line snap, but if I see that trend line snap, especially with put purchasing, I'm looking at that 5650, which will be kind of hitting where Captain Condor is at today. We know Captain Condor will be under quite a bit of pressure right at that level. All right, just waiting. It should be starting. If this starts going and it's just not playing for me, feel free to yell at me in chat and we'll find a different link. I believe this one should get going. Should have already been underway. All right, I have an alert for taking out this high and I have an alert for taking out this low, so we're not going to miss any big movement. I'm watching the VIX. I'm obviously also watching this trend line. If you're just joining right now, I am playing this to the downside, but I've been in the play.
Started.
Here we go.
Please silence your cell phones.
Okay.
So that they don't.
We got Powell.
I'm Anil Kashyap. I'm one of the directors of the Clark Center that hosts this conference, and we're delighted to be able to host Chair Powell. The run of show is going to be that he'll make some opening remarks, then we'll have a moderated conversation, and I think he needs no introduction, so please join me in welcoming Chair Powell back to the U.S. Monetary Parliament.
Thanks very much, Anil.
I'll
It's
watch
great,
the options flow and
to be
let
here
you know
and
if
see a lot
anything
of familiar
crazy
faces.
happens.
I'm glad that it turns out we don't actually have a majority of the FOMC here, so we can speak to each other without violating the Government of Sunshine Law. So I have some brief remarks about the economy and the path of policy, and then I look forward to our discussion.
Is he going to pump it or
Despite
dump it?
elevated levels of uncertainty, the U.S. economy continues to be in a good place. The labor market is solid, and inflation has moved closer to our 2% longer-run goal. At the Fed, we are intently focused on our dual mandate goals given to us by Congress: maximum employment and stable prices. Turning to the recent data, the economy has been growing at a solid
Options
pace.
going down
GDP
slightly.
expanded at a 2.3% annual rate in the fourth quarter of last year, extending a period of consistent growth that has been supported by resilient consumer spending. Recent indicators point to a possible moderation in consumer spending relative to the rapid growth over the second half of 2024. Further, recent surveys of households and businesses point to heightened uncertainty about the economic outlook. It remains to be seen how these developments might affect future spending and investment. Sentiment readings have not been a good predictor of consumption growth in recent years. We continue to carefully monitor a variety of indicators of household and business spending. Turning to the labor market, many indicators show that the labor market is solid and broadly in balance. The jobs report released this morning showed employers added 151,000 jobs to payrolls in February, and the unemployment rate ticked up 0.1% to 4.1% last month. Smoothing over the month-to-month volatility, since September, employers have added a solid 200,000 jobs a month on average. The unemployment rate remains low and has held in a narrow range between 3.9% and 4.2% over the past year. The jobs-to-workers gap has narrowed, and the quits rate has moved.
We took out that recent high.
Wages are growing faster than inflation and at a more sustainable pace.
We took
than
out
earlier
the
in
12 p.m.
pandemic
high on
recovery.
both the SPY and the Qs.
With wage growth moderating and labor supply and demand having moved into better balance, the labor market is not a significant source of inflationary pressure. For
VIX
inflation,
dropping a little
inflation
bit.
has come down a long way from its mid-2022 peak above 7%, without a sharp
Slow
increase in
grind up.
unemployment. A historically unusual.
So
and
many
most
calls
welcome
being purchased,
outcome.
but the puts are holding
While
steady.
progress
That's what
in
I
reducing
don't get.
Inflation has been
Oh, wait,
broad-based.
what was this?
Recent readings remain somewhat above our 2% objective.
Yeah, calls being
The
bought.
path to sustainably returning inflation to our target has been bumpy, and we expect that to continue. We see ongoing progress in categories that remain elevated, such as housing services and the market-based components of non-housing services. Inflation can be volatile month to month, and we do not overreact to one or two readings that are higher or lower than anticipated. Data released last week show that total PCE prices rose 2.5% over the 12 months ending in January, and that core PCE rose 2.6%. We pay
VIX
close attention
dropping.
to a broad range of measures of inflation expectations, and some near-term measures have recently moved up. We see this in both market and survey-based measures, and survey respondents, both
Right back to that
consumers and
5,700
businesses,
level.
are
Let's see if it can
mentioning
actually
tariffs
hold
as
this.
a driving factor. Beyond the next year or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain stable and consistent with our 2% inflation goal. Looking ahead, the new administration is in the process of implementing significant policy changes in 4 distinct areas: trade, immigration, fiscal policy, and regulation. It is the net effect of these policy changes that will matter for the economy and for the path
Their
of
mics are
monetary
so
policy.
soft.
While there have been recent developments in some of these areas, especially trade policy,
Expect some
uncertainty around
profit
the
taking at
changes and their
5,700.
likely effects remains high. As we parse the incoming information, we are focused on separating the signal from the noise as the outlook evolves. We do not need to be in a hurry, and we are well positioned to wait for greater clarity. Policy is not on a preset course. If the economy remains strong but inflation does not continue to move sustainably toward 2%, we can maintain policy restraint for longer. If the labor market were to weaken unexpectedly or inflation were to fall more quickly than anticipated, we can ease policy accordingly. Our current policy stance is well positioned to deal with the risks and uncertainties that we face in pursuing both sides of our mandate. Before I conclude, I'll note that at our last FOMC meeting, we began our second 5-year review of our monetary policy framework. We will consider changes to our consensus statement and to our communications as part of this review.
Right at
The consensus
5,700.
statement articulates our framework for the conduct of monetary policy in pursuit of our statutory goals. We will consider the lessons of the past 5 years and adapt our approach where appropriate to best serve the American people to whom we are accountable. The 2% longer-run inflation goal will be retained and is not a focus of the review. This public review will be familiar to those who followed our process 5 years ago. We will hold outreach events around the country involving a range of parties, including Fed Listens events. We're open to new ideas and critical feedback. We will host a research conference in Washington in May. Our intent is to wrap up the review by late summer. Thank you very much. I look forward to your questions. Danielle.
All right. Classic whatever movement during the prepared speech, and now let's see what
Thanks
we're
for
actually
that.
going to do.
Before we get into the current conjuncture, is there anything more you can share about where you think the framework is going to land?
I'm curious
It
if we're
was nice
actually
to
going to hold
hear
5,700
the
or not.
parameters that you laid out, but is there anything more that you can say beyond what you just?
Sure. So I
Options
said
trending
two
up
things,
since
really.
12/12.
There's changes to the consensus statement, and then they're looking at really our post-meeting communications. We're going to look at those two things a lot. And as it relates to the consensus statement, which is also known as the Statement on Longer-Run Goals in Monetary Policy, therefore it needed a shorter name, we are going to be looking a lot at the changes that we made in 2020. So if you go back to 2020, what we had was we'd been at the effective lower bound for 7 years. We never got rates above 2%. We were
Calls being purchased now.
1.5% the pandemic hit, and the feeling very much
1222.
was that if even a mild downturn came, we'd be back to the
Look at all
effective
those
lower bound
calls.
maybe again
But
for
see
years
see
on
how
end.
strong these
So
puts
we
still
were
are?
looking
The
for
puts are
ways
just
to
nothing.
try to minimize the likelihood of that, and a pretty
The
standard
puts,
result in
the zero
research
DT
was
puts are
kind of a
still
makeup
holding
strategy.
here.
That's what that was.
That's
So
weird.
the framework changes that we made were very focused on the importance
VIX is
of
dropping
the effective
now.
lower bound problem, which was thought to be the big problem at the time, and those were the changes that we made. So, and we thought that those issues would be persistent, but the universe had other ideas, and the pandemic arrived just a few months after we implemented the framework, and really changed the whole mixture. And effectively the idea of an overshoot, of a modest overshoot or moderate overshoot of inflation really became irrelevant, and we were back to the regular framework, and we did what we did, and you have the results today. So I think we'll be looking at, for example, the focus in the consensus statement. We'll be looking at the focus that we had on the effective lower bound. It's probably not the base case anymore, but it's probably still relevant. We'll be looking at shortfalls, which is an interesting idea, and there are different ways to express that. And we'll be certainly will also be looking at the idea of having a moderate overshoot of inflation over the 2% target following periods when inflation has been low. We're looking at all of those things, and again, I expect to be done, by the end of the summer. On the communications, particularly our post-meeting communications, we're going to take a close look at the SEP and also compare ourselves to what other central banks around the world do. And this will be a couple of weeks from now. We'll have our second meeting, and I think we'll be done in time for sort of the end of the summer.
Okay, that's great. Let me pick up on this question about the level of prices versus the inflation rate. Economists spend a lot of time making the distinction between the rate of change and the level. I'm not sure that the public fully understands this because you see these surveys about how frustrated people are with inflation. Inflation now is not that different than your target. It's above, but not meaningfully so. But do you think that price stability needs to take into account how far you wear away from the objective? And if you've had a big run-up and the level remains high, even if the inflation rate is back to normal, is that something we need to reconsider?
What the public experiences is the prices of things. And the prices of things went up a lot in 2021 and 22, and to some extent in 23. And when we talk about inflation, we're obviously talking about the rate of change now. But the public's not wrong. They are experiencing high prices, and obviously you can have a great labor market, but if people are really struggling because of high prices, that's what they're really going to feel. So they're right about what they're saying. In terms of, I don't think there's any need to redefine price stability. I think you can always go back to the way Alan Greenspan said it. I won't get the exact words, but everyone here knows the idea is if businesses and households are making their economic decisions without having to consider the possibility of high inflation, that's price stability. I don't think we need to rethink inflation, the way we deal with it. I don't think we need to reinvent price stability. So,
okay. Okay, the elephant in the room. Economists normally assume that a tariff is passed into domestic prices, and as the Secretary of Treasury said yesterday, that would change the level of prices once, but wouldn't mean anything for inflation a year later. If we're looking at what happens over the next year, how would we know if the conventional view is not correct and that it's leaked into something more troubling?
So I think that start with the general thought is that if there's a spike in prices that's a one-time thing that is going to go through the economy, then it's not appropriate to react to it because our policy by design will reduce employment and activity, and it would not have really been needed to be done. So you look through those things if you can. So if you put that in the context of tariffs, I think if you look at where forecasts are, look at the blue chip, look where everybody's forecasting some inflation effect from tariffs. So it's very likely that the that if tariffs are imposed, and let's remember, we really don't know what's happening yet. We're at a stage where we're still very uncertain about what will be tariffed, for how long, at what level. We're going to have to wait to see all of that. But the likelihood is that some of that will find its way. It'll hit the exporters, the importers, the retailers, and to some extent the consumers, and we'll see what that is. And in a simple case where we know it's a one-time thing, the textbook would say look through it. But I think the situation, you would want to also be sure of a couple things. One just is that if it turns into a series of things and it's more than that, and if the increases are larger, that would matter. And what really would matter is what's happening with longer-term inflation expectations and how persistent are the inflationary effects. You want to look at all of those things. And you'd want to remember the current context.
Getting clocked over here.
We came off of very high inflation, and we haven't fully returned to 2% on a sustainable basis. So you got to put all that in the mix as you make this decision.
SPX getting above yesterday's low value. If it holds here, we're talking 5738 next level.
The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, we had lower immigration, and we had
right into all this junk though that we had.
Regulatory policy under President Trump in the first regime, and we wound up cutting 3 times because growth weakened so much. So there are many effects of tariffs. And as I pointed out, it's really the effect of all of these policies that matter for our policy. It's not simply what's happening with tariffs. It's what's happening with growth and all the other things as a result of these broad changes in economic policy, not just tariffs.
Okay, just to put a point on this, I think I know what you're going to say, but the usual rule that economists hold is that when an uncertainty is high, we're gradualist. And I'm wondering whether you view that as the right benchmark or anchor.
VIX has been puking ever since Powell started talking. We're getting,
right now.
I guess, a Powell
and
pump.
That's because the costs of being cautious are very, very low. The economy's fine. It doesn't need us to do anything really, and so we can wait and we should wait. I think there are cases where uncertainty is high, where that would not be the case, where the costs of going slow might be high, and those would be, for example, if inflation expectations were clearly under pressure, or
the SPX has just been off to the races since Powell started talking.
Elevated, but you nonetheless act very aggressively because of the costs, potential costs.
50-point bounce. So. That's fucking crazy.
That's interesting. But I'll ask a couple more conjunctural questions, but there's a lot of people in the room here that are very curious about what you want to say about the Basel III endgame. So that's inside baseball, but people's wallets depend on this. So you want to say anything about that?
Sure, absolutely. So our view at the Fed is we very much intend to complete the Basel III endgame. And we think that's very important. We think that the Basel Accords really are important to set sort of minimum standards for international banking around the world. And we expect that we will. We're kind of on hold until the U.S. banking agencies are really back up and running with new leadership. But once they are, we fully expect to get back to that work and complete the Basel III endgame. And I have a good reason to think that we'll be able to do that.
Dude, he started talking.
Another little bit of inside baseball, but there's been a lot of discussion in the last few weeks about changing some of the statistics that are emphasized about the economy. And the Commerce Department recently disbanded the Federal Economic Statistics Advisory Committee. And I know during COVID, you felt like there were many indicators of the economy that were kind of broken or not so helpful. So do we need to worry about whether the Fed's ability to do its job might come into question because of deficiencies in the statistics? And are you
calls
already,
were just being bought? Puts not really closed out though.
Yeah, so there's two different things. I think it needs
look
to be
at
said
all
that
those
the
calls.
government data we get
Jesus.
from government gathered data.
But the zero DT puts held. That's confusing, man. They were not touched.
And really the gold standard for data. Being able to track what's going on in the economy is very, very important, and it's something that the United States has led in for a long, long time.
Something funky's going on. Be careful here.
It's true that survey responses have gone down, and that some of the data have become more volatile. That just means we need to it's something we need to keep doing and invest in. So I think that's important. On the pandemic data, that's a different thing. You needed to measure things like how many people are going to restaurants, how many, you could look at open table data and things like that. So there were lots and lots of pieces of data we were getting about that showed how many people are coming back to work, riding the subway and that kind of thing. And that was important. It turns out all that data isn't super relevant except in an emergency. The other thing is, though, at the Fed, we've always, for some time now, we've been, trying to work with these very large data sets that are available in real time now, for example, from credit card companies and things like that. And, trying to use these new and vast data.
People are still buying puts.
In a real-time way.
If these zero DT calls monetize, we're going right back down. The puts are holding absurdly strong down here. Of course, they might just be wrong and get blown out. But if the puts get closed, look for us to really rip. If the calls get closed, look for us to really drop. But right now, the calls are continuing to be purchased, and the puts are continuing to be purchased. Both sides believe that they are right.
In the job of reflecting yet, but when we look back at the rise of inflation and then its decline, what do you think the lesson's going to be about what we've just lived through?
Yeah, so I think it's actually still early to say. I think we'll be doing the question of what happened and why.
50-point pump like it was nothing.
All those questions around the events of the pandemic and the inflation and the efforts to bring inflation down. Economists are going to be battling over that for long after all of us are gone. But I would say a couple things. One thing is just that the tails are fatter than you think. However fat you think the tails are, they're fatter than you think. And human nature is, we always talk about uncertainty and how we understand everything's highly uncertain. We say it all the time. The tails are fatter than we think. So nobody saw the pandemic coming, obviously. It wasn't reflected in our framework. When it came, we just went back to the old framework and dealt with it. But it was, there's always possible. That's one thing. Secondly, I think if you look, I talked about this at Jackson Hole last year. If I look back and it looks to me like what you had was a global burst of inflation everywhere at the same time. And largely, you got to look at global factors. And it amounted to very strong demand, stronger than we thought. I don't think we had, the forecast error was two parts. Part one was demand was just stronger than we thought. It really was. We had in mind, the recovery from the global financial crisis, and instead we got this really high-powered response, expansion, recovery. So the other side is the supply side. The supply side was constrained. We lost 8 million workers, and it took a long time to get them back. And it was also all of the supply stuff that was happening. That took longer than we thought to unsnaggle. And we'd never seen it before. We knew in real time that it was going to be really hard to get that right. But so those two things created inflation globally. And central banks stepped in, and pretty broadly, we're back to close to mandate inflation and employment close to the natural rate, not just in the United States, but everywhere. So in a way, the framework worked, but I think we learned some of those lessons, and we'll still be learning them.
Okay, one other question in this direction. The U.S. has actually had the fastest recovery of all the major economies, and do we understand why that is? And does that? There was a question in the last panel about Y-star and potential growth. Do you think that we are learning something now about what the speed limit for the economy is, or is this just happenstance?
Yeah, I would put down the U.S.'s outperformance to three things, and the first is just one would be structural characteristics, and that's more flexible labor market, highly developed capital markets, culture of innovation, rule of law, all the things that make this. And we have a venture capital industry. Other countries are trying to do early stage financing out of banks. That's not going to work. So all of those things make us account for 40 years of productivity. That's double Europe's productivity. It increases. So that's thing one. Thing two is just population. We had a big population increase in 22 and 23, and that doesn't help with per capita, but that moves top line. and what was the third thing? Oh, productivity. So we had a really significant burst in productivity, and from a range of factors, you can never tell exactly where it's coming from. Some of those factors suggest, this gets to your last question, suggest that productivity will be kind of a one-time event. So, people were wound up automating a lot of functions in retail, and because people didn't want to work in retail anymore. But that may just be a one-time thing. Technological developments, on the other hand, might give us years and years of productivity. So there are a whole bunch of other things, and so we don't really know how long this burst in productivity will be sustained. But I think I never expected to see productivity this high for this long. And our staff is marking up their estimates of potential growth for now and taking some signal about the future. You won't have that population thing going forward, but productivity has been really strong, and I think it does actually.
All right, we are right to the close on the SPY and basically the Qs.
Okay, that's good. Okay, 30 years of teaching.
Paying attention to this 1045 high, but if you're just joining right now, Powell started talking, and the market just ripped since then.
And I'll give you a hall pass on anybody that was on the board while you've been there.
What defines favorite central banker? Living?
You can constrain to living, or you can specify dead.
Well, I mean, I would have. I don't know.
Open-ended question.
I'll take the easy route and say Paul Volcker, whom I did know over time, and pretty obviously.
I called this out right here, 38, 39, yesterday's close.
Nobody wants to be
natural level. We literally talked about this. Push and a hold of 5,700 sets up 5,739. Literally playing it from level to level, folks. It is this easy. It is honestly that easy. You don't have to overcomplicate it. We're at a level. If we break and hold, okay, watch the intraday high, watch 5,800. If we get smacked, watch 5,712. It's that simple. Have the bull case, have the bear case, and see what the trend is in between those cases. It's like truly that simple of a setup.
Established at the time, so I'm going to go with Paul Volcker.
Okay, I'm going to out you on a
non-stop pumping since 1220.
Too much, which is the Cork Center that hosts this event has a bunch of experts panels of economists where you can go ahead and answer a bunch of questions. They'll tell you who your favorite economist is. And Jay Powell's favorite economist is Anil Kashyap.
Let me tell you, this is
Watch
a
this.
true story.
If this gets rejected, 5712. If we break out,
to learn that,
5770. It's that
Anyway,
simple.
Well, thank you, and we're so glad that you were able to be here and share your thoughts. And
Great.
So,
thanks very much.
Yeah.
Wow. So that pumped for his entire talk. Well, actually starting 10 minutes before it, it was just nonstop call buying. But what I find weird about why I find this pump to be like untrustworthy, well, first of all, from just a mathematical level, we know that the stability of any price move, it's actually dropping. So we're getting bigger moves because we're in negative gamma. Remember, when you're in negative gamma, whichever direction you go, the market makers push it further in that direction, which is so wide. But whether you should be bullish or bearish right now, I mean, to be bullish right now, you are just not like, you're playing with fire. Because these puts right here, remember, 0DT puts are the light blue in the bottom of your screen. They held that entire time. As in, people, even on a 50-point pump in the S&P 500, SPX, a 50-point pump, $5 in the SPY, puts they said, nope, we're cool, on a 0DTE basis. So I don't know if these people are just purely degenerates and are like, nope, it has to come back, and maybe they're wrong, or do they know something we know? I mean, look at the puts are holding absurdly strong. And what happens here is, as 0DT calls were being purchased, really picking up at 1220. If this positive delta is removed from the system, that's how we plummet, because you're taking away all positive delta. You only have the negative delta. Folks, this is an unstable pump. It is an unstable pump. If you caught a little bit of it, I mean, congrats. It's not, you weren't trading with trend. So you like kind of got lucky and like, hey, I'm not going to knock it. You made money. Congrats to you. But just be careful, because if you're still holding bullish, Like, have your stop. Don't let yourself go red. I'm showing you right here. This is the most negative delta we've had all day. As in, even on this pump, these are the most aggressive put buying has been the entire time. So just be careful, because if this positive delta leaves, you no longer have positive delta, which means the market makers are just going to be shorting, pushing us further down. So be careful, whether it's to the bullish or bearish. I always believe from level to level. I called this level out to you and I said, rewind the stream 5 minutes. I said, if we get rejected here, where are we going? I said 57.12. We got rejected at 38.39. Guess what? We're hitting 12. I said that as we were at this level. This is a game of playing it from level to level to level. And I think the underlying structure is not really supportive of any pushes. I guess I don't know how it's to be more clear. Like I'm literally predicting this stuff to you in real time as it's happening. I don't know, and I'm not just guessing, I'm literally giving you the explanation of why this shit's happening. The 0 DT puts in real time are the most aggressive we've been all day. And that's after this gigantic pop. It's not rigged at all. It's called learn how to read options. This is not someone's complaining that this is rigged. It's not rigged. This is just understanding. Valo, what the fuck? Someone says stop trolling. I just see him seeing LMAO. It's just, I don't know what he's saying, but I guarantee you, if someone's trying to troll, they cannot read the market as well I've been doing right here. It's not complicated. This is just basic understanding options flow and how it interacts with market makers. But now that we're dumping, puts are being purchased. If these calls that were purchased at 12 and 12.20, if all those players decide to get out and lock in their gains, which they're going to do as more pressure is put on them because they don't want to be the last one holding the hot potato, all of the positive delta is then removed from the system, only leaving this negative delta. Actually, speaking of that, a little bit of the negative delta is getting closed out on this drop right now. So, and why is that happening? Because we're just at that next level. This is a game of levels. You go to one level, you have the bull case, you have the bear case. You go to the next level, you have the bull case, you have the bear case. Now that we're at this key level, which happens to be yesterday's low, if we bounce, surprise, surprise, we're talking about 5739. If we break here, we're talking about 5,700. That's how you do it. Don't be married to a bullish or bearish position, because today money was to be made playing all directions. There was bearish sell-offs, there was bullish pumps, and to take advantage of that, this is a game of just knowing the levels. And when you're in a level or you're at a key level and you're bouncing, okay, you're in the bull case. If you're breaking down, you have the bear case, and then you just mark them out. Look at how perfectly these have worked out today. I marked this out, we bounced, we danced around, we bounced, we got rejected, we broke, we went to the next one. That one got smacked, we came to this level. Do I know which way we're going to break from here? No. You could have a little bit of an indication by reading the options, and it looks like at the moment, we're actually kind of flat right now. Calls went flat, puts went flat, so actually no indication whatsoever. Hang on, is it up? Is it updating, or are we a little slow? Let me go to the 5 second. We're flat. I see prices bouncing, but now options are actually perfectly flat. So I'm actually surprised at but whatever. If we bounce, okay, the next target is 5738. You don't have to overcomplicate it. You have the key levels, you play to those levels, and when you're in the in-between, you just sit there and have patience. It's just not, it's really not that complicated. Enjoy the bulls. Are you high? Have you seen? Is someone really saying, I don't know if you're trolling or not. Are you dumb? You're saying enjoy. You're calling this bullish. I just want to clarify that we're talking about the exact same market. Are you talking about an individual equity or something? Studying the chart. Yeah, no, this chart screams bullish, dude. I remember hearing that recently, that everyone from the end of February till now, that's who's winning. Clearly the bulls. Yep, that's a solid one. Oh, that's a bullish one too. Oh my God. This is no surprise that people have no idea what they're talking about. No idea what they're talking about. 5650. Yeah, once again, this is what's so interesting is you have people who are actually like too retarded to understand nuance. So we have currently a dipshit in chat who's like, you said 5650. Yes, I said 5650 if which I don't know if you understand that operative word, if 5670 broke. Did 5670 break? No. And I called it out. I literally called out the break on the recovery. I called out those levels. It's not like, this is why so many traders fail, is because they can't understand basic fucking concepts. So we have this absolute retard of a person not understanding levels. It's an if-then statement. If this breaks, you go to there. If this doesn't hold, then you go to there. Did this support break? Obviously not. We were at the support and we bounced off of it. Guess what? I called out 5,700 of the bounce point. If we broke, that was it. It's not like complicated. And then you have people who are just like so fucking stupid. No, you guaranteed it with your cat. No, my cat guaranteed it, but you could take that up with my cat. I mean, that's between you and my cat, I guess. But still, generally, my cat enjoys speaking with people who have like more than a double-digit IQ, which, I mean, it is like questionable in yours, but I guess I really don't care. You could keep trading that way where like, I think there's too many traders who they get hell-bent on a level and then they just can't be dynamic to the market. They're hell-bent on being bearish or bullish, and then they refuse to take any incoming information, which the incoming information would be the price trend. It would be the options trend. This is the stuff you monitor throughout the day because it's all the real-time actions. It's all these real-time moves that decide what we're doing. So what's happening right now, I could show you on this 30-second. It's probably a little bit more clear. From 12:55 to about 1, calls got sold. And then they bounce back up a little bit. But in this entire time, longer duration puts are being purchased. Some 0DT puts kind of getting closed out. So a little bit of call purchasing right here, a little bit of puts being closed. When you close puts and buy calls, both of them are they're pushing the delta higher, I should say. And that's kind of just where we're at. So you had this big movement in calls. But what's interesting about this is there's a lot of movement on the 0DTE side of things for the calls and for the puts. Remember, the green are the calls and the light blue are the puts. So it's a 0DTE, as in decisions have to be made today. So they either need to lock it in or they need to lock it in. But right now they've like obviously been at odds with each other. So one of the, like, you have to close out, and it's going to be kind of an interesting situation, in my opinion, to see who blinks first in this scenario. But I don't know how to make this one more obvious. It seems like a lot of people, not a lot. We have a few special guests who it seems like they're kind of the ones who like they got taken out of class and had to get like special explanations. If we hold this, we're talking 5770. If we break 5770, we're talking 5800. If it's rejected here, guess what? We go back to 5712. If that doesn't hold, 5700. You have the bull case, you have the bear case, and you play it accordingly based on that incoming information, as in how strong and or weak are options, how strong and or weak is price. Like, it's just, I think there's a lot of people trying to overcomplicate this, where really you just need the base levels. You just need the base levels. Momentum is up now. Sorry, bro. What does momentum up now have to do with where we're going? Oh my God, dude. It's blowing my mind that there's people that are this fucking dense. You just play it from level to level. Like, you just play it. Guess what? Momentum was down and then we bounced. You could find that's a nonsensical piece of information, because trends change. So that's why you just play it from level to level, and then you reevaluate momentum at that new level. So you, like, yes, momentum's important, but just to say we have bullish momentum now, so thus it's over. No, I mean, the counterexample, we had a ton of bearish momentum, and guess what? The momentum changed right at support. Like, this is why traders lose money, is because of a giant misunderstanding of like even what the market is and like how to approach the market. And remember, the fact that we snapped We spoke about this very early today. It was around 10:30. The fact that we snapped at 10:30, the low from yesterday's trading session, the fact that that happened actually means that there's about a 77% chance, 78% chance that we close below 572.71 and close below 488.20. So is that a guarantee? No, it's a 77% chance, as in there's a 22% chance that we actually somehow close above it. Now, we could close way above it, or in terms of that odds, that stat hitting, we could close 1 cent below it, and that's technically a win, or we could close multiple dollars below it, and that's also technically a win. So it's not really saying anything about the size of how far below it we close. It's just saying closing above it. It's like a binary thing, whether above or below. So the fact that we broke the lows right here at 10:30, I guess I want everyone to be very, very mindful of that. Very mindful of it. You know who's sitting pretty right now, though, is Captain Condor. Captain Condor is absolutely loving where we're at because we are perfectly in the middle. So the 5825, all good. The 5650, like when you're in the middle, that's the most ideal. So Captain Condor at gigantic size. It started off as 30,000 contracts on each side. That is just fucking massive. So, I mean, there's still quite a bit of time left in the day. It's 1:09. Trump is scheduled to speak at 1:30. So we are not out of the woods. We obviously had a bullish push, a bearish push, a bullish push. And yes, this bullish push could easily keep going, and we could take out 5770 and the 5800, or we could get rejected here, return to 5712. If that doesn't hold, we're talking 5700. So those are the two upside targets from this moment, and then the two downside targets. But the game is simple. You just play it from level to level. You just play it from level to level. The fact that people are trying to be bullish right now, that's just such a dangerous game when the overall trend is down. It takes, I mean, Helen Keller could see that this is a bearish trend right now. So to just say you want to be bullish, I mean, do what you want, but your trading account in the long term is going to be very, very painful looking if you're always trying to trade counter trend. If you want to be a counter trend trader, a mean reverting trader, you're trying to look for like a 2 to 3 standard deviation move outside of the normal. You risk whatever the recent extreme move is, and you're playing a small, like, I don't know, bounce back. But yes, you can make a lot of money as a mean reverting trader. You can make a ton of money as a mean reverting trader. But it is much more difficult to be successful in that game than a trend following trader, most people find. Now, if it suits you and your personality, dude, have at it. Not everyone has to be a trend following trader. I think there's a time and a place to do both, but you're going to get quote unquote more lucky on like your trades getting saved. Like just, you know, like where, man, it was so against me, like, and things broke in my favor. That's going to happen more often as a trend following trader rather than a mean reverting trader. It's going to happen way more often. Can you explain how you find the key levels? It's all just from the options chain. Now you're banned. Someone got banned. What did he say? 10 years in the game. I doubt it. I'm a macro investor. I highly doubt it. You might be in it for 10 years, but I have a feeling it's 10 losing years. So that sucks to be you. I assume just because Karma, whoever this is, yelling bullish, I think exclusively because of the jackass in chat today that we're going to actually make a fresh low. I feel like Karma is nasty like that. And the fact that we have like one dipshit in here, and I have no other real reason besides Karma. I have a strong suspicion that because we have one guy screaming that the bears are wrong and the bulls are right, and he's a macro investor, from that alone, I'm assuming the market gods are going to have a hilarious show for us between now and market close. That's my macro reasoning. Dude, some people are just so fucking silly. So silly. Let me clean this up. And now I believe we were waiting. I think we are waiting for Trump to now talk. These are we just got pinned right. We've kind of just gone nowhere. We're literally at yesterday's close. The Bulls were in control this morning. Bears were then in control. Bulls fought enough but ran out of steam right when we got back to equilibrium. We're literally just at yesterday's close. So waiting to see how this one plays out. Yesterday's close, like I said, it's 38. If 38 is broken and we hold, I'm looking at 70. Past that, 5,800. If we get rejected here, right back to this recent low, which is also yesterday's low. Do we have... All right. Trump. Do we have the link for that? The link. Visit site. All right. I believe this is it. Okay, live. Trump speaks at White House Crypto Summit. I thought the Crypto Summit, that's at 3 p.m. This isn't the right one. Yeah, this one's... So he's speaking at 3, but he's also scheduled to speak at 1:30. So that's not the right link. All right. I'm also trying to... well, I have alerts. Okay. If we make a fresh high from here, setting up a test of the intraday high, I have that alert ready. And then obviously I have this alert down here at the 1250 low on for a potential reversal. So the alerts are set. We're going to miss it. But let's see. Let's see. Options flow on the Mag 7 for today, as in the 0 DT, has flattened out. And then same thing here. So it was a pretty strong pump from 11:53, really got going at 12:20. Remember, Jerome Powell started speaking at 12:30. We pumped up, kind of flat now, maybe a continuation. It's not as strong as it was, so a little bit flat since like 108. Once again, that's specific to the Mag 7. And then if we look at the SPY, this is the look. We got flat since 106. So there was a big volume pop right here at 105. And that's kind of what got us back up to the close value from yesterday. But since then, the options flow has just stopped. We're not trending bullish. We're not trending bearish. So what you're seeing in price, a whole lot of nothing, is also what we're seeing in the options market. Currently, a whole lot of nothing. So you just got to wait. We got that big pop right there. See how we rip, stopped at 105. That was obviously the terminus move right here at 105. Big volume spike, and then it just got turned off. So people are awaiting the next thing they should be doing. Awaiting. What else do we have? Okay, so we're doing that. Looking for the link. Trump speech today. I believe it's at 1:30. No. Trying to find. Maybe we could find it. Fox News, maybe. Maybe Fox News has it. Fox News. That's 3 p.m. He took that at 1. Maybe investing.com has the link. I'm just trying to track this down. Right here, U.S. President Trump speaks. Let's see if they have the embedded link that we're looking for. So Trump's first speech got the market to drop. Source, White House. Page not found. Okay. You sure about that? You sure we're talking today? I mean, it is listed on investing.com. Right here. President Trump speaks at 1:30. It's in 13 minutes. Briefings and statements. National. How do we find Trump schedule today? Signing executive. So did they switch it? Was the 1:30 thing actually moved to 11? Because right now what I'm seeing is out of town pool call time 3:50. The president delivers remarks. That's at 3 p.m. President signs executive orders. That's at 2:30. So maybe the 1:30 thing got moved to 11. Maybe that's what happened. Official schedule. Maybe that's what's going on. Maybe it was initially 1:30. Yeah, we just stalled out. So I guess we could end it here. I just want to make sure, like, does anyone actually have beyond this? Like, because I'm seeing the same thing here, that it's speaking at 1:30, but I'm wondering if this is just wrong. Because it says it's in 12 minutes, but according to the schedule, it's just this 11 a.m. thing. Crypto Summit should be at 3 p.m. Yeah, and I'm seeing that too right here. The president delivers remarks at the White House Digital Asset Summit. That's 3 p.m. So I don't think there's anything more for 1:30. I'll just double check. Let's just search Trump speech. Latest anything. I just want to double check. Pelosi's face. Okay, I don't think that there is anything at 1:30. So maybe it started there and then maybe they moved it to 11, but it does sound like there's something at 3 p.m. So at the start of Power Hour. I know you don't need to justify yourself. I'm up 24,000 from the 3.8 in 4 days by following trends and resistance levels. That's the perfect thing to do. That's, some would say, the exact thing to do. Okay, I don't think that there is a 1:30 thing at the moment. Vol has kind of stopped. SPX movement's kind of stopped. Both the SPY and the Qs are getting perfectly pinned to their closing value from yesterday, as in we've effectively gone nowhere. So you just kind of have to wait for that. It's at 119, so maybe things get... what? Maybe we get going from here. It's 119. Maybe things pick up really for Power Hour just because it's Friday. It's not OPEX, but there is quite a bit of open interest expiring today. OPEX is actually in 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Yeah, the 21st. I think the closer we get to the 21st, the more likely it is that we actually have a turn in the overall market. That's what I'm personally looking for. But all right, that's pretty much what I have. We ended up going way, way, way longer than I thought we would. I appreciate all the good vibes. Be careful. Pay attention to the options flow. Right now, we have a lot of aggressive call buyers and put buyers. So whether we pop and keep going or turn around and drop, I think it's all going to be dependent on like who blinks first. So I highly, highly, highly recommend watching what that flow is, because I think that's going to be the telltale sign of where we end up truly going. That's what I have for you right now. We're going to be we'll post some stuff for the weekend. We'll stream once again on Monday. Shout out to Vanquish. Shout out to all the people in the marble race. And that's what I have for you. Good luck. Have a fun weekend. Have a safe weekend. If not, make it worthwhile. That's what I got for you. Peace out.